become one. In ASEAN, we have ASEAN Economic Community, or AEC. With a combined population of 622 million, the ASEAN consumer market is larger than that of the European Union or North America. It seeks to realize 5 characteristics. 1, to become a highly inclusive economy. Second, to be a competitive, innovative, and dynamic ASEAN. Third, with enhanced connectivity and sectoral cooperation. Fourth, a resilient, inclusive, people-oriented, and people-centered ASEAN. And fifth, a global ASEAN. In many ways, our aspiration for the SME sector in our country run parallel to this. Towards reaching for this objective, to solve our own unique problems and challenges, we have realized that the solution have to emanate from within us. They must be Filipino-centric, responding to the needs and wants of Ali Maria and Mabuan. That is why we continue our banner call, as mentioned earlier, local technology works, or developing our technological self-reliance in critical and important sectors and areas. Since 2010, under President Aquino, the U.S. has been strengthening our SMT ecosystem to drive innovation for sustainable development. I am elated to witness and experience how enabling know-how can be used to develop new products, processes, and services. The transformation of ideas into reality. This has been the case among all agencies within the USD system. A case in point, we noted the dilemma that the Philippine textile industry faced in the recent past. The closure of hundreds of commercial mills, the decline in local technologies, in local manufacturers, influx of imported textile and apparel products, the emergence of global brands penetrating the local market. Because of our own people and the 622 million that make up the ASEAN community, we have trust and hopes of reviving the sector, fully recognizing that our track is not easy to play catch up. Peter and I, as a leader in textile development, so to make good on this aspiration and work on how know-how, enabling know-how and technology can be used to improve the production of indigenous material. Also, the revitalizing program was conceptualized in the late 2013, paving the way towards the rehabilitation of the PTRI pilot plant facility and the launching of the Innovation Center for Yarns and Textile in 2015. As a result of this initiative, we now have the facilities, know-how to develop, explore ways how to improve the quality of our indigenous materials. Previously, this blended yarn may include less than 20% of indigenous fibers. With an enhanced facility and guarding technology, the TELA is now able to produce blended yarns of macaque and pineapple with 30% indigenous fiber content in at least 24, 20, and 70 yarn cups. This means public will now have more than 5% indigenous yarns with substitute by Filipino tropical fabrics before. We can now have fabrics with 20, 30, 40% indigenous yarns blends. It's a significant implication for the finished product manufacturer by way of a new, unique product proposition. This is the power of innovation. Before, it was only 5%. Now we can look at or develop 20 to 30, even 40% in the new champion. In fact, a local brand manufacturer has interest in a pop-up blend for new possibilities. One other is working on a capsule collection with fabrics to be produced by provincial weavers and another is working on the design, development of a fabric with, and even more so for the 5 yard source supplier, the countryside farmer. Toward this end, this afternoon roundtable discussion on the subject should prove interesting. From the closing down of the big commercial real estate years ago, we are now looking at monetize. Again, the use of science and technology to be able to increase the use of more intelligent new models on how stakeholders, particularly our small and micro enterprises, may be enabled by technology to do more, better, and cost lower. As I mentioned earlier, the USD has been privileged to experience ideas, concept, transform into reality. We dream, and it's not now impossible for us to achieve our dreams, our aspiration. We are now equipped with reliable technologies, with additional know-how, and to push for useful information, and this time we feel a sort of confidence that we can prevail. We at the USD are truly grateful for the process to be of service, and as PTRI likes to say, beyond looks, beyond the term of our projects and programs, beyond our tenure in government, we are of the firm belief that this innovation, founded on shared aspiration to science technology, will endure and take on a life of its own. Congratulations to PTRI for their celebration of their 49th founding anniversary and the obligation of Philippine Tropical Public Month. Wait till you see what they will have for everyone on their 50th founding year in 2017. In the last 2 years, in the last 2 weeks, I was told that PTRI received many inquiries and expression of interest to join this conference from new possible partnership collaborators. This is indeed heartwarming and also fresh hope and for bigger dreams. To all of you, our partners, collaborators, and friends from the textile, garment, and allied industry, from the academy, and from other government agencies, thank you for coming. Your presence shows that we are one in this journey. Marami pong salamat at magpapagawa tayong lahat.
In appreciation to the director.
Marami pong salamat. Aming na kalihim. At si kalihim po ay he continues to inspire us. So marami pong salamat for the inspiration. I also have the distinct pleasure of introducing to you our keynote speaker for today. Dr. Severino S. Rodolfo was recently appointed as Undersecretary for Industry Development of the Department of Trade and Industry and is the managing head concurrently of the Board of Investments. Prior to its current designation, he served as the Assistant Secretary for International Trade Policy and Negotiations from 2013 to 2016. Mr. Rodolfo is a faculty member of Government Department of the School of Management at the University of Asia and the Pacific since 1991. He first became core faculty for strategy and later became acting dean in SMN from 2009 to 2010. In 2011, he became Vice Dean of the School of Management and Academic Director of the Advanced Management Program of the School of Management. Mr. Rodolfo finished his B.S. Economics from the School of Economics at the University of the Philippines and garnered his Master of Science in Industrial Economics with full scholarship from Hans Seidel Foundation of Germany at the Center for Research and Communications. now known as UANP. In 1995, he was the first Filipino participant in the Strategic Management Program of the Industrial Management Institute, sponsored by the IMI by the Islamic Development Bank held in Tehran, Iran. In 2007, he joined the International Faculty Development Program of the YESEF Business School in Barcelona, Spain. Mr. Rodolfo gained his doctoral degree in public administration at the National College of Public Administration and Governance of the University of the Philippines. He was awarded PTI's Executive of the Year on its first full year of government service in 2014. He is a senior technical lead for Philippines and TAs. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to Undersecretary Seferino Escobar.
Good morning to everyone. It's a bit informal, so I apologize. I was actually preparing for the roundtable discussion. But good morning to Honorable Secretary Mario Montero, Honorable Yusek Guevara, or Director General Lumba, Board, Daniel Guerrero, as Commissioner Qualification de Lima. To everyone, to colleagues, especially from the academy, and also from the academy, and congratulations also to PTRI. So perhaps when I was thinking of how I would participate in the roundtable discussions, I thought of presenting to some experiences that I've had since I joined the PTI and how to connect those with the garment industry, particularly with, for instance, what we're doing here at PTRI. And so what I'll be sharing with you will be about experiences. So I have a bag and I'll be showing you some stuff. And at the end of the conference, I really hope that we can weave this into a story. That at the end we will have a TELA series that we will all be proud of. And I'm very positive about it. So, but just to give you a context, since we're talking about the AEC, I'm sure there's no need to remind everyone that when we talk about the AEC in 2015, when it comes to trading goods, the products that we wear, for instance, the food that we have on the table, we're actually talking of an AEC 2010. Because since 2010, the whole ASEAN region, except for the new members like Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam, since 2010, we have already eliminated tariffs on all products. So, you know, for the Philippines, the only exception are actually just a few tariff lines, and these are all agricultural products. Yung kung baboy, yung kung manok, yun kung sugar, at yun kung bigas. At saka pala kasama at saka corn. So for all the rest, 0% duty now. Now, I would also like to say that in this context, that we could also see that the Philippine economy has grown. Kung titignan niyo po yung growth of GDP for the Philippines from 2010 to 2015, yung ating mong na-experience ay na 6 to 6.5% GDP growth. That's been the highest for over 5 years. At kung titignan nyo rin ko, in terms of composition, medyo naiiba na po yung composition of the Philippine economy. Kung dati ko, when I say dati, let's say yung 5-year period before 2010, much of our growth or the little growth that we have experienced has been coming mainly from OFW remittances, so yung pumapasok, that's the inflow, and also from the services sector, yung mga BPOs natin, business process outsourcing. Now, there's nothing wrong with developing on the basis of these two elements. But what we're saying is that we should also not neglect our manufacturing sector. Kaya ako in 2011, we have now a manufacturing resurgence program. We note now that the DTI and the other government agencies, we have industry roadmaps talking about 40 sectors in various stages of development to yung roadmaps na yun. Ang pinaka-advanced would be yung sa cars and sa automotive industry. Tapos yung chemicals industry, medyo mas advanced din. Yung sa ating kung sa garments and textile, we were in discussions with DEP so that we could have a roadmap by the end of this year. But to get inclusive process, I know that yung PTRI meron din kayong initiatives along with the siguro yung ISSI plus yung college plus yung UP, I think meron din mga initiatives. So we'll bring this all together so that we can have a roadmap for the garments and textile industry sector. So that's the overall context for what we are facing now in the region. But also just to say that within the ASEAN, it is the fastest growing sub-region in the world. Ang growth po natin ng GDP, per capita GDP in the ASEAN, noong kung 2007, ang per capita GDP in our region is just about $2,300. Ngayon ho, in 2014, we're already at $4,000. With an almost 70%
Hiramin na po ni Ma'am Marnie yung TA daw, ay yung attendance
So all of these
po na binigay
organizations
niya kay Ma'am
actually coincide
gagawa lang po ng
growth
TA
of the
certificate.
region. Actually, bihira ko natin masabi ito. Siguro for the younger ones, may not be able to relate to this. But for those of us who are a bit older, bihira ko natin masabi that the Philippines is now the fastest growing country in the fastest growing sub-region, in the fastest growing region in the world. In Philippines, in Southeast Asia, in Asia. So we are the fastest growing country in this part of the world. So maganda po panimula ito when we start discussions on our TELA area. So with that as a context, let me just start with some stories. No? Alam niyo, Secretary Monteo earlier mentioned about the dire strait of our garments and textile industry. That is true. Over the past so many years, hundreds of textile mills, for instance, have closed shop. My dissertation topic was about the PJEPA, the Philippines-Japan Economic Partnership Agreement. Ang mga key milestones po kasi at our textile and garments industry. Meron kung something happened in 2005 that was very critical. And that was the violation of the multi-fiber agreement. That also the quota systems, and these quota systems were able to penetrate the developed market, in particular the US market. But with the expiration of the multi-fiber agreement, and nangyari, wala na yung ating preferential access to these markets. Okay. Now, that was in 2005. But in 2002-2003, the government started the discussion on a Japan Economic Partnership Agreement with Japan. And I do remember, not that I do remember, it's not part of the negotiations, but from the interviews that I had for my dissertation and all of the documents provided to me, yun pong sa garment and textile section of the agreement, it was actually the private sector that negotiated that part. So yung private sector po natin, yung garments and textile natin, negotiated with the Japan Textile Federation. Tapos yun po yung in-adapt for to the agreement, parang yun yung ginamit na provisions for the agreement. So sana ho, kung natuloy yun, meron tayong additional market, meron tayong alternative market, what we have lost with the expiration of the MFA. Ang problema lang mo kasi, it took a long time to negotiate the PGFI, and then because it was signed in 2006, but then it took a longer time for it to enter into force. It entered into force 2009 na. Ang intention mo kasi dati in the negotiations was that the Japanese textile mills would be investing in the Philippine textile mills. Para sana dito gagawin yung garments, tapos dadalhin natin sa Japan. Ang naging problema, by the time that the agreement entered into force in 2009, talo na po yung mga textile mills natin dahil natagalan tayo ng 3 or 4 years before we were able to fully implement the PGFA. And at that time, investors were already worried because of the looming, sabi nila magkakaroon daw tayo ng power crisis, and the power cost will be a bit higher than in the other countries. Eh hindi naman mo, all of our neighbors were not standing still. They had their own EPAs with Japan, so napunta yung mga ibang investments, in particular to Thailand and to Indonesia. So yun yung sad story, but let's keep that in mind. Now, in the trade front, what we are doing now is still opening markets. So kung maalala nyo, the Philippines in 2014 was granted a GSP Plus status for the EU market. Ibig sabihin po ng GSP Plus status is that about 2/3 of our products can now enter the EU market duty-free. In the whole ASEAN region, tayo lang po ang merong GSP Plus status. So that's a better deal than what Indonesia, for instance, has. In Thailand mo, walang GSP, Malaysia, walang GSP. So this is something that we should really take advantage of. Now, ang trabaho namin is to open markets. But when you look behind us, ang isang problema ho natin ay may produkto ba tayong maitutulak. So kaya ho, very critical yun kung ginagawa natin conference ngayon. Kasi halimbawa, okay, na-open namin yung market, pero pag titignan natin yung products, baka kinakapos tayo when it comes to supply. No? So, yun yung kailangan natin na convergence point. But when it comes to garments and textile, open na po sa atin ang EU market. Of course, you have to comply with what we call the rules of origin. That's why tama ko yung sinabi kanina ni Secretary Montero at saka ni Director Celia, we really have to look at the whole supply chain so that we can be viable in the other markets. Let's go now to my back. Some storage that we have. So this is a favorite office uniform that I have now. It's made in Abra, but I didn't buy it in Abra, although I've been there for quite a number of times. So nandun ako, I buy yung kumot. Ito, it's made in Abra. Very nice. I think I bought it for about 1,200 in the exhibit in Mega Mall. So maganda ho. And in fact, if you think na baka mainit, baka makatindi, it's very comfortable. Kaya lang mo, when I ask, saan galing yung sinulid natin? So, galing sa China. So that's I'm very happy with what Secretary has mentioned earlier. We really are trying to develop our supply chain. It's a token that we use planning ho namin sa bago. It's again made in the north. Kaya naman problema dito, medyo mahal. Maganda ko, pag nasa abroad kayo, pag ito yung messenger bag that you use, so lahat titignan kayo. So hindi nila papansinin yung ibang messenger bags ng branded products. But ang problema lang natin dito again, galing sa China yung sinulit, it's quite expensive. I think this one, 100 pesos. But if you compare it with branded products, wala siya. Diba? But still, you can buy, let's say, in Korea, in Thailand, yung mga imitation nila. Of course, we should not be buying imitation products, but it's in the market. So yung mga ordinary Filipinos can buy a messenger bag for 150. So ano yung panlaban natin when we are selling this? Except for the very discriminating segment siguro. If you, I was also in Palawan, so if, for those of us who go around, when you go to souvenir shops, makikita mo one of the favorite souvenir items that people buy ay yung mga t-shirts. Yung t-shirts, so pag tinignan mo, they sell for about 180 pesos. Tapos tatanungin mo, di ba, saan galing ito? Maganda yung printing. Yung printing is made from, of course, made in the Philippines. But yung t-shirt nila, in that particular case sa Palawan, made in Thailand. So the t-shirt sells for 180, but yung 80 to 100 pesos of that is already the t-shirt. So the t-shirt from Thailand. So parang in terms of value, local value content, ang dami pa ho natin pwedeng magawa. Like for instance, this barong, so it's a barong. I bought this from South Cotabato. I would not have bought it kung wala itong parang accent na ito. This accent, galing daw dun sa kanilang mga, una I bought this from a haberdashery in South Cotabato na beneficiary na aming church services facility. So we gave this particular cooperative computerized embroidery machines at mga sewing machines. Tapos, part ng ginagawa nila ganito. Itong ginagawa nila, yung TELA, again, in China or in Thailand daw, pero at least meron na silang labor content. Unlike yung sa Palawan na totally t-shirt na nila pinapasok dito. Because of the machines that we provided to them, sila na yung gumagawa nito. Tapos, ang maganda pa rin po kasi dito, nalalagyan nila ng added value, napapamahal. Because normally, my barongs, I buy them from SM Exclusive. 400 pesos lang po yun. Ito siguro, they sell this one. I bought this for 900 pesos. Pero, okay naman, kasi meron siyang ganitong accent. And when I wore it in evening, don't buy mga delegates. Now, that particular SSF project, or shared service facility, meron na kasi kami project na gano'n. This is similar to what the DOST has, yung set-up program ninyo. So meron kami ng mga SSF. In fact, in some areas, nagko-converge tayo. I'm glad that BISU is here. Nasaan po ba yung mga taga-BISU, Bohol Island State University? Because we have our Fab Lab in BISU, and that Fab Lab is a collaborative effort of DOST, of DTI, of BISU, and of JICA. So yun po yung maganda pa, kailangan pa natin na mas maraming ganun. But then going back to this, yun kung SSF beneficiary natin, nagagamit niya po yung kanyang mga makina ngayon in servicing the needs of the local, private, and public organizations for their uniforms. Yun daw po yung malakas silang kumita. Why? Because mas customized yun eh. Susukatan nila yung mga empleyado, yun yung hindi kayang pasukin ng RTW imports. So, pagka sa mga uniform market, medyo mas may advantage doon yung ating mga local community-based suppliers pa. And ang maganda yung po doon sa SSF beneficiary na yun, nagpo-provide siya ng training doon sa mga high school graduates para they would also have the skill. They could be in turn, enhance the competitiveness of that sector in Cotabato. The item that I have is this, they call it leatherized water lily. No? Again, this is based in sa Cotabato, sa the cooperative in Rio Grande. Why am I saying this? Why am I showing this to you? Alam ko, meron din po tayong fibers that can come from water lily. No? Now, just recently, in October 16, we filed a petition in the US. Yung US, meron din silang generalized system of preference. Wala tayong FTA with the US, pero may mga certain products that they allow Philippine products to enter the US duty-free. Hindi ko kasama dyan, very much protected by the US market, garments. So yan po yung mga sacred cows ng US. Garments hindi yung kasama. Hindi rin mo kasama yung mga leather products at mga travel goods. But we filed for a petition, nagkaroon tayo ng opening to file for a petition for them to include leather products and leather goods. So baka kung makuha natin, we might get that. If we get that, that would mean ang computation na natin is the very least 70,000 jobs. But this would be for the branded leather products, yung mga coach bags, etc. Kaya mo, ang deal namin for the industry is, okay, dapat 10% should also be allotted for our micro, small, and medium enterprises. Meaning, helping guys, helping cooperatives who have these products improve their standards. Siyempre, it should not pass in the US market. We need to really improve the standards of the cooperatives that make these products from indigenous materials and then partner them with the big companies, in this case with UNI, for instance, to help these small companies enter the bigger market. Now, one last alam. This one is a, yung material ba nito, textile, part ng PDRI. This one is a hydraulic backpack. No? This hydraulic backpack is being produced, it's being manufactured in Bataan by a Korean company that invested here, employs about 8,000 people. This backpack sells for 10,000 pesos. It's a hydraulic backpack. The same company that produces this also sells backpacks for the American military. So hindi yun natin masyadong alam yun, pero yung mga backpack na ginagamit ng American military, especially yung mga ginamit nila doon, ginagamit nila sa Middle East, galing ko sa Pilipinas. No? Ganyan po ang kaya natin magawa. That's the kind of quality that Filipinos can aspire for. By the way, yung design team of this Korean company, 40, yung design team nila, isa lang mo yung Korean and all of them are Filipinos. Now, one last, document bag that I have is made by a company based in Cagayan de Oro. Racini yung pangalan ng company. We have helped Racini since our NACIDA days. Maalala nyo, dati DTI has that National Agency Development Authority, yung NACIDA. So in the 1980s, we have helped this company company. Malit na malit pa lang po sila noon. Ngayon po, they are already able to export their bags. Hindi lang mo ganito yung mga bags nila, meron din silang yung mga hard case na bags. But that is very important because ang business model nila is that they are making money. Number one, sa domestic market pa lang, buhay na sila. Dahil sa dami ng school children natin, yung ginagawa nilang mga bags for the school children, buhay na sila doon. But then they use that scale so that they could have also efficiencies that they can transfer for their other lines of products. Kagaya doon sa mga travel-related products, and that's a booming market because of the low fuel cost, marami na yung, and because of the opening in our air markets, mas marami na yung mga turista. Yun po yung markado ni Rajini. But why am I citing them here? Because they produce it, they manufacture this locally. Unlike some of the bags that we see in the department stores, kung titignan mo, dami naman Filipino bags, Filipino brands. Pero a lot of those are also already produced manufactured in China, and they're just being there. You know. Now, in summary, how do we now tie up all of this? So siguro we could try to look at some key principles that we could look at for the rest of the day. Ang sabi na ako ni Secretary Montero yung isang very, very critical principle that we should follow, yung Filipino-centric. Now, we are, as I've said earlier, our environment is already free market environment, free competition now. Wala na akong protection tayo na maasahan. No? But in this environment, if we help one another, if we help develop Filipino technology so that we can really have Filipino-centric products, Filipino-centric processes, then I think we can still strive. No? It's not a question really of, sabi kayo ni Secretary Montero, catching up. Sa atin, it's really bringing back, rebuilding again our garments and textile industry. Now, we have big domestic market and we have different segments that are open to everyone. Different products, different markets, domestic, international, technical service. Now, each market would need, each segment would need different intervention. For some, for the bigger ones, ginagawa ng DTH, just opening the market. Market access lang. Babaan lang namin yung taripa, okay na sila. This is for the bigger ones. But for the smaller ones, this is really where we need moving. Ito talagang kailangan that we should dive in and help in terms of the production processes, improving quality, and even going into marketing and branding. Capability building in terms of really improving the processes in the company. So ganun po yung dalawang end of our spectrum. But whatever we do, we should not be hampering, we should not be hindering the development. It should not be a, will I help the big at the expense of the small? We should be helping everyone. Because I think that is possible, and that is what we have also seen in the other countries. Now, DOST is our favorite collaboration partner in DTI. I've already mentioned yun pong partnership natin when it comes to the Fab Lab. So, nakikita ko tatlong F yung ating pinakamagagandang collaboration. One is Fab Lab. Second is in terms of food processing because you have the food innovation centers, and then fashion and textile because you have also the textile innovation centers. So very critical rito, why these three? Yung dalawa ko kasi, yung food and fashion and textile because of its impact on employment. And that is very important for our goal of inclusive growth. So in all of this, Filipino-centric, tapos developing segments not at the expense of the other, but really harnessing synergies and collaboration among the government agencies, and especially also with our stakeholders. And lastly, we cannot also solve everything, no, but we have to start somewhere. Ang laki-laki ng problema natin. The garment industry in the before the expiration of the NFA, I think employment stood at about 850,000 to 1 million. Ganun po yung employment nila. Ngayon po kalahati na lang. No? But we should not be deterred by the challenges. There are many things that we have to solve, but let's concentrate on the low-hanging fruits and use that to inspire the others. No? Pakita mo natin na kakayanin natin. Kahit kung mag-focus lang tayo doon sa mga kaya natin ngayon, let's use that to inspire. So let us work as one nation and let's start connecting the dots.
Undersecretary, our remaining stage for the presentation of the token of appreciation to that by Director. Thank you very much, Undersecretary. At this point, we will have a short coffee break, after which we will resume to listen to our invited speakers. The sound will be played later to signal the start of the talks. A reminder also to our participants, to those who will need a certificate of appearance, you may claim it at the registration area. Also, for those who want to connect to Wi-Fi, the Wi-Fi password is TELA 2016. It's TELA 2016. Thank you and enjoy your break. Snacks will be served to your tables.
I was walking alone, nothing promising, when I know that orange comes down.
Good morning again, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed our short break as well as the intermission number. I'm now proceeding now to our first speaker. Our first speaker is the Princess Anne, and co-founder and managing director of Ant Hill, alternative nest and trading training hub for indigenous digital livelihood seekers, social and cultural enterprise working to preserve and promote Philippine hand-loom fabrics among the younger generation through the contemporary application to provide sustainable livelihood among partner weaving community enterprises. She has volunteered with UNICEF Philippines and with the Parisian missionaries in their indigenous summer mountain service in Taiwan. She has finished her master's in communication or e-communications for social change at the University of Queensland, Australia, last 2013. She's also in 2013 Spark Philippines USA Young Women Entrepreneurship Bootcamp Fellow and a 2014 Go Negosyo Young Creative Entrepreneur Award. She's currently the curator of the Global Shapers Group, a youth community under the World Economic Forum. She is genuinely passionate about weaving business skills and traditional skills to community-owned enterprises for community entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Ms. Anne Lim. A round of applause for her.
Hello po, magandang umaga. Ayan, I'd like to just acknowledge our distinguished guests. Of course, Director Celia Iba, Secretary Montejo, Yusek Rufino, Commissioner Lima, Ms. Nora, and of course, Ms. Jean Pahord. Ayan, kumakain kayong lahat, so energetic tayo. Of course, before I start my presentation, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Director Celia for engaging the social enterprise sector and allowing us to have a voice in the stakeholder conference. So today, I'm going to discuss how social entrepreneurship is a platform for bringing local textiles to the market. So to start, of course, who amongst us here, I know we have Gawad Kalita in the house. So who amongst us here is familiar of the concept or of social entrepreneurship? Can I see a raise of hands? Ayan, marami po. So, in a nutshell, I just want us to be on one page. A social enterprise po is a for-profit business. So like any business, it is for profit. But the difference is it utilizes business strategies to address a particular social issue. Okay, so those are the important ingredients in a social enterprise. Business strategies, social issue, with a mission of creating a positive impact in the community. So usually, social enterprises are very innovative or creative businesses that address this particular social issue. So I will take you on my journey as a social entrepreneur and allow me to talk more about Ant Hill Fabric Gallery also. So growing up, travel was what led me to social entrepreneurship, and it was through exploring the Philippines, our beloved country, that led me or exposed me to different realities around textiles in the Philippines. And one of this is which I visited this community in San Fernando, Bukidnon, and they're a Manobo tribe, and very festive, very lively. They celebrate their culture, they perform all these traditional dances, they perform a lot of rituals, but sadly, only a few of them already know how to weave. And most of these tribal members are already in their elder years. So they're very secluded, and from what I've learned from staying with them is that sadly, a few of the foreigners who visited them previously bought their looms and then nakipag-barter lang po. So nawala na po yung tradition that was in that community. This is also Ula, our eldest weaver in our Abra community. Sadly, she died last year at the age of 83. So when we met her, she was one among the 6 weavers in our Abra community that was still continually weaving our handloom fabrics or preserving our local traditions. And it's very sad because Pula is already very old. So ito po mga realities na to are the social pains that actually disturbed me in my childhood. Tayo po lahat here, we want to wear a weave. I was very inspired that Yusef Rufino had an entire bag of weaves na punong-puno na yung closet niya ng mga magagandang. And I'm sure all of us present here are here and actively engaging in a stakeholder conference because this is one craft we really want to continue and pursue. So the sad thing is, the reason why there's a social pain and there's a challenge in preserving this craft is also because of the mindsets we have as Filipinos. Probably, you know, the audience here don't really feel that way, but still majority of Filipinos feel that way. We think our weaves are only for special occasions. Like when can you actually wear a weave? If you're attending a teleserye conference, right? You have to wear a weave. Or sinasabi ng mga bata when we have our tours in Anghel, during linggo ng wika. And that's what? Only once a year, right? That's when you get to wear a weave. When you're required to be in a Filipino costume. And that really disturbs me because, to be honest, it's not a costume, right? It's a traditional wear. We should avoid calling it a costume. And those are the instances when we wear a weave. Pag kasal, pag may patay, nakabaro. Pag kinasal, nakabaro. Again, very sad. So very rare occasions that we get to wear a weave. Also, sabi nila, baduy daw po to wear a weave. Of course, we all here disagree. Because as you can see, maganda naman po ang skirt ko, di ba? Hindi naman po siya baduy. Thank you. Salamat. So people think it's not sexy to wear a weave. It's too tribal. It's too ethnic. It's baduy. It's not something you can wear every day. Again, it's the mindset of the market or the mindset of the Philippines. Also, we say, why will I wear a placemat? Why will I wear a blanket, a bed cover, a curtain? Again, those are mindsets, cultural mindset that will already box our weaves in. Right? So these are the things that are sort of hindering us from really reaching out to our local markets. Again, on the other hand, we look at our market, but we also look at our weaving communities. Now, the younger generation of potential weavers would say, that's for old people. It's not something relevant to me anymore as a younger generation. I would rather go to the urban areas and employ myself, say, as a sales lady, or find a means of income that's easier, that's more convenient, but instant cash. So they're not willing to learn this rigorous craft anymore. Also, it's an undervalued skill. Like most of the weaving communities I've encountered, I've immersed myself in, say that a lot of middlemen take advantage of the poor demand of these weaves in the sense that they are able to only price it very little. Kasi nga, it's undervalued. No one wants to wear it. There's not so much demand for it. It's not something that people sort of appreciate. So, mura siya ng mumura. So, wala nang gustong mag-hobby. Also, people think that when you sell a weave and then you price it so high, nagugulat sila, ba't ang mahal niyan? Without really understanding the process that it goes through, you know, how difficult warping is, how difficult dyeing is, and all that. Yeah, it's too expensive. So these are really specific problems or barriers that led us to identify this as social issues. Again, for one, there is very low demand for handloom fabrics because it's an undervalued skill and undervalued material. There's also no enabling environment for the younger generation of women to be motivated to learn the craft. Also, there's no market access. It's not something that is also very readily accessible. If you want to buy something that you can wear, most often than not, people go to cultura. Is that right? So readily the mindset is to go to a souvenir shop. Or thesaurus, that's right. We're not saying that these are not good, but very limited accessibility. It's not so much promoted in the market. And because of all these elements, there's a very big cultural gap in the continuity or transmission of these traditions to younger generation, which is primarily the problem that disturbed me as a social entrepreneur or Angela as a social enterprise. Is that weak cultural transmission among the young. And the reason for that really is because it doesn't put food on the table. I mean, let's be honest, right? The biggest motivation for all these potential leavers to continue the craft is if they're able to get sustainable income from it. And you said roots of origins. And if we don't build the capacity of this younger generation, then we will not be able to address the problem of supply chain. So Ant Hill addresses two social issues: cultural degradation and sustainable livelihood. We want to be able to provide sustainable livelihood, or the problem being unemployment, right? So having said that, and with all these insights from our journey, we established Ant Hill Fabric Gallery. Ant Hill Fabric Gallery is an acronym for, brace yourself, Alternative Nest and Trading or Trading Hub for Indigenous and Ingenious Little Livelihood Series. So you all might wonder, why Anthill? Because I always get asked that. Alright, so similar to an anthill, ano ba sa Tagalog ang anthill? Bahay ng, nuno sa punso. Bahay ng langgam, di ba po? Right. So in Anthill, we also try to imbibe the values of an ant. So an ant is known to be hard work, right? Be disciplined. A colony that celebrates communal spirit with one goal. They are very resourceful. They save. They, think about their rainy days, based on that story. So similarly, in Anthill, we are one organization, a social enterprise that works with different community artisans over the Philippines with one goal, which is to preserve our hand weaving culture. This is the common thread that binds all of our communities. With hard work and discipline, we want to elevate the value of our weaves for every Filipino to be able to imbibe it in their way of life. So our vision is for every Filipino to value their culture and identity and embody them into their way of life. We don't want Filipinos to be alienated with their own weaves. We want them to really embrace it and carry it, really. And traditionally, they say that our weaves is our second skin. Before you go around the Philippines and you'd be able to identify where this tribe comes from based on the fabric that they wear. It's very symbolic of their identity. And we want the same idea for the modern Filipinos of today. Our mission is to keep traditional Filipino craftsmanship alive. This is our core. This is what keeps us working every day. This is what drives our direction and our strategies for growing our hill. So how do we do it? So we source traditional fabrics that are woven out of scrap thread. Ideally, we would love for this to be our natural fiber, right? If we only have huge cotton plantations, then we would be weaving thread that's from the Philippines. But for now, because of the limitation, we use upcycled thread from a nearby town. We buy it per kilo. And our weaving communities turn them into fabric. So these are our raw materials. Through that, we apply them in really contemporary design. That's something that everyone here can wear. Okay? And then we gain proud weavers because of that. So this is an example of a binakol fabric designed as a ensemble and worn proudly by our weaver. Diba? Hindi po siya mukhang blanket na. But traditionally, now a lot of our weavers or the local communities use them as blankets. And there's nothing wrong with that. But again, there's a lot of innovative ways to actually execute and use the fabrics in very interesting byproducts. Through this model, we're able to provide sustainable livelihood for our community enterprises. We work with different ecosystem partners and different direct community partners across the country. What makes our work interesting is we represent Luzon, Visayas, and also the different sectors in society, rural and the urban communities. So we have a wide variety of products and services, from fabrics. We transform them into an apparel line, a non-apparel line. We also have plush toys, and we customize a lot. So the way we link the textiles to our market is through our retail channel. We have a physical store in Cebu City. If you nasa Cebu po kayo, we're setting up our online store. We also have a lot of catalogs that we use to promote our weaves and our products for clients. And we also have distributors locally and abroad. Our clientele varies from young professionals and establishments like hotels and resorts, government agencies, cafes, restaurants, schools, and private businesses. So this is how we work. So what do we offer? We put so much value into our fabrics that in Antel we try to practice zero waste production. This scrap collection over to your left are all scraps. Our craft collection from all scraps. So you see, these are scraps from our apparel line. So kahit na po, ano na lang siya, 1/8 meter, or kahit na po siguro kasing laki lang ng palm of your hand, we save it. We segregate our weaves from the commercial fabrics. Within our production community, we educate them the value of these weaves, because in one day, our nanay can only weave 5 to 7 yards average. So kahit na po kakapiranggot lang yung tela, pinaghirapan po siya. And it can actually still be a product. People will still be willing to buy it. So it could still provide income for another mother. So we just innovate and get creative, explore what you can do with it. And we sell scrap fabrics. We call them fat quarters. So they're just 1/4 kilo of the fabrics. We have fabric wines. So these are the scrap thread from the tassels that we make. And we just turn them into fabric wines. And a lot of crafters nowadays use that for their craft projects or DIY projects. We also have our cute pom-pom balls. Again, these are also from scrap thread. These are Minode clutches made of abaka pinangabol and polyhemp woven in Argao and Cebu. So I'll just give you a range of products that we have, and then later on I'll discuss how did we come up with these products. So we also have a variety of products for all types of market, from even as young as a kid to as old as a lola or a lolo. So these are neckties that anyone can actually wear to work, right? The idea is for everybody, for every Filipino to be able to wear a weave every day. So these are also scarves that can be used for summer, or also if you're traveling, will be the perfect way to, it's a statement piece and a story piece, and you are able to talk about your country. And then I'm telling you, we also have dolls. In the Philippines, when you say, anong doll, what's a Filipino doll, or what doll do you want to have? Automatically they say Barbie. We don't have a Filipino doll. The doll that's in every kid's mind is a Barbie. We want to start young and educate the young about the existence of our beautiful indigenous dolls or indigenous communities through our dolls. So these are some of the dolls we have in our Lumad collection. So how do we work? And this is probably the answer to the topic, bringing local textiles to the market. Important that we tell the story. You don't want it to be a petty purchase. You want people to buy the product because it's of good quality and it's good design. But there is also so much value in taking pride of your story and actually telling the story. When you're able to tell a story, we don't only gain a customer, we gain an advocate. And that person becomes your marketing tool that will share your story to another person and will share the story to another person and that story to another person. So your story really is your biggest marketing platform. At the same time, you also have to listen to other people's stories. And that's how we study the market. Like listening to our government officials earlier talk about their programs and platforms and their vision for the weaving industry. You sort of understand what else can you do as a social entrepreneur, as a small startup enterprise. This is sort of what sparks our innovations. When we listen to our clients say, I want something that I can use in the beach, right? I want something that's very versatile, that I can wear from day to night. So in these insights and these consumer insights, we're able to come up with products and really reach the market. A lot of customers now want to know who made it, what is it made of, how is it made. We also, apart from in the process of telling the story, you're able to advocate conscious consumerism and promote locally handcrafted products versus fast produced goods. A lot of our clients would say, I would rather buy from you. My comparison point is always buying from Zara and buying from you. Zara is, I think, a high fashion label, right? So you buy a skirt in Zara, say at 4,000, 5,000 pesos. Versus you buying from Anthill, it's hand woven, it's made by a community, and you support the program that we implement in the community. It could also be something custom made or tailor fit to your size. And you'll be the only one wearing that type of skirt. Versus buying from Zara and seeing a lot of your colleagues wearing the same skirt. So we sometimes undervalue the fact that a lot of clients or customers appreciate this personal approach or personal touch, but that's how at least we do it, and that's how you're able to reach this market. We are very transparent, and we like it when our customers appreciate the who, what, and how behind the products. Again, it's not only a statement piece that causes heads to turn, but it also is a statement piece in the sense that when you wear it, you also stand for something, and you also stand for an identity. We also custom and create. So these are a few of our collections from summer and the holiday. So we do a lot of innovations. We sometimes use different fabrics and combine them to make one fabric. We call it the tapestry. That's the innovation, the tapestry. In this collection, we did a lot of fringe and tapestry work. So we really want it to be very accessible to everyone, so that they can wear it to work, they can wear it every day in the mall. They don't have to attend a conference, be able to wear a wig. We also do a lot of collaborations. The exciting thing about the startup and social enterprise sector is that people have so much brilliant talent and brilliant ideas, and they're very willing to share those talents. Anthill's strength isn't design. Anthill's strength is community development. And so we're very fortunate that we're able to collaborate with other brands to come up with more exciting products for our market and to further increase the value of our weaves. This bow tie is a collaboration from a customer. He wanted a very eccentric tie he can wear to a wedding. And it opened us up to a new product line. Kasi ang ganda niya. And now with social media, you just post it on Instagram and you crowdsource. Like, what do you think of this bow tie? And when you get like 100 likes, then you're good to go. You have a market. This one is a collaboration with Punch Drunk Panda. We don't do bags. The problem in Cebu is it's very hard for us to have good subcontractors that are community based. So this one is made in Marikina and it's another brand. Rags Purchase, a social enterprise, also uses our fabrics. This one is also from a startup called Straightforward. This is from Risque Designs. They do a lot of shoes, custom-made shoes using hand-woven fabric. So this one is Mangyan Rami. This is from Bella Manila, and Messy Bessie is another social enterprise, and they utilized our Abaka Pinamabol as baskets for their giveaways. So there are a lot of collaborations, and that's something that's been mentioned since this morning. Also, we push for social procurement. This is something that's very close to my heart. Having been able to see the impact of social procurement in other countries, this is something we really want to push for in the Philippines. So we have been very fortunate that last year we were able to dress and make the Department of Budget and Management wear a weave. So right now, their uniforms all have hand-woven fabric accents. As much as we want the entire thing to be hand-woven, hindi po siya possible. But we're, baby steps, little ant steps. Both Coffee Philippines, all their lounge chairs and their uniforms also have a weave. Holy Name University has a sagbay that is using raffia and our weaves. So in this way, every year, private organizations and government have so much procurement, right? Can you imagine if it's going to be a law and within just siguro isang contract lang na in-honor sa isang social enterprise, it would go such a long way because it will really have a ripple effect in the community and as well as the local economy. So these are so we did also uniforms of restaurant in Cebu and bed runners for Henry Hotel. So I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to showcase the possibilities of, our hand-woven fabrics and the wide, infinite market that we can actually tap. It's just really a matter of being creative in how you use it. So again, this is a uniform for Golden Curry, which is a restaurant in Cebu. So we have been very fortunate to have such a good growing pool of corporate partners and change partners along the way. And of course, these are a few of our weave wearers proudly wearing their tripod, right? So different types of weaves, different applications. There, that's Matrice Fernandez, Leo Cruz of TV5 wore it to cover a conference in the United Nations. Even dogs wear a weave. So we have weaves for everything there. So it's very exciting for us to be in this platform now, and also because we're getting so much support from different sectors of society. We've been getting a lot of support as well from partners in the government agencies like PRI, BTI, NTCA, and so we are very excited that there's so much market we can still have. But at the end of the day, we go back to Rebecca. She's a young weaver, and this is really what connects us to what we're trying to do. I would always say, even if you create an enabling environment for a young weaver to be able to weave and incentivize them to weave, if you don't have young designers who are willing to transform these weaves into contemporary designs, our industry will die at that point. But also, if you don't have a strong sewing community, like now there's a huge lack of seamstress, tailors, and whatnot, who are willing to transform these designs into wearable products, then again, the industry will die. But most importantly, if you don't have weavers, proud weavers, clients, customers, and market, the industry will die. So this entire ecosystem that we're trying to establish, that we're trying to strengthen, but it all boils down to a young weaver. So with a young weaver, we will be able to continue the culture that really lies in the hands of the young. That's what we believe in Anthill, and that's why we really want to continue encouraging having both young weavers and young weavers. I think that's really the key as to how we were able to bridge the textiles into the local market, so that all of us will be able to wear your tribe with pride. Thank you.
Your question is asked serving on stage for presentation of local packaging.
Thank you again, Ms. Anya. Pagkakataon nito, tutunghayan naman po natin ang isang pag-insight at isang kolaborasyon ng buo sa pagitan ng PTRI na Komisyon sa Wikang Pilipino o TELA. Ito ang pagkakaroon natin ng isang bilingual technical manual sa handloom weaving na nais natin maipamahagi. Hindi po ito yung pagkakaroon natin ng isang bilingual technical manual sa handloom weaving na nais natin maipamahagi at magamit ng mga manghahabi at ng mga nais matutong maghabi sa iba't ibang bahagi ng bansa. At upang bigyan po tayo ng impormasyon tungkol sa kolaborasyon na ito, muli ko pong tinatawagan ang ating Director Celia P. Elumba.
Nabanggit ko po kanina na nung nakaraang taon, ginawa namin yung TELA Matters. Ang TELA Matters is an avenue for us na makapagbahagi ng mas malawak na kaalaman para sa ating mga manghahabi. Nabanggit ni Anya na ang ating mga manghahabi nagkakaedad na sila. Pero nakita rin namin, marami sa kanila, kailangan na a little bit more of a push. So gusto namin sana mas mapalawak ang reach ng kaalaman para sa paghahabi. Isip namin, gusto namin ma-impart ang knowledge na ito in a more, a more, again, orderly manner. And something that can be duplicated, something that can be replicated. Because if we cannot duplicate it, then very few will learn from it. So ito pong naisip namin, gagawin natin bilingual. Dahil dun sa pagtitipon na yon, meron kami mga 6 na dialects na na-encounter. Pero 2, very comfortable sila sa Tagalog, comfortable din sila sa English, but they prefer Filipino. So kaya po naisipan namin na magkaroon tayo ng bilingual technical manual. Kami naman po ay we got lucky, obviously lucky in Tagalog, naging po kami mapalad na makasama or malaman na meron pala tayong sa ilalim ng opisina ng Pangulo ng Pilipinas na isang komisyon sa wikang Filipino, hindi ng wikang Filipino, but sa wikang Filipino. At marami pong salamat at they were very, very open, very generous, and we're very grateful for the kind of help that they're able to lend to us, because we think that this will come a long way in helping a lot of our handloom weaving communities and dyers and all the other processors that we have in the areas. And siguro po, hindi lamang po Pilipino sa ngayon, po maaaring gawin natin siya sa Bisaya, kasi napakarami din pong Bisaya at saka Ilocano na mga manghahabi natin. So, gusto ko po sana imbitahan sa taas si ating Komisyoner de Lima para po mapakita po niya sa atin. Ito po ay soft launch. Gusto naman po namin ipakita ang mga sinisimulan nila in some way or other para po sa appreciation ng nakararami. Kung baga po, bumili ka ng TV, wala ka namang operations manual, okay lang, hula-hula, di ba? Click-click ka lang dyan. Ang gusto natin, hindi ka na kailangan click-click ka lang dyan. Talagang meron kang pwede mong turn the page at malalaman mo how do you troubleshoot. Kapag nakita mong meron kang mali na pick up, paano mo yan aayusin? So yun po ang, at saka isa po na naiintindihan namin, nung kami gumawa ng TELA Matters, nagbigay kami ng pre-test. 2 po sila ng mga hobby. May isa lang po kaming tinanong, gaano po karaming kibla ang dapat ninyong ilatag para makabuo kayo ng 30-inch na tela? 2 lang po sa 2 po ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot. So, kinakailangan po talaga na mayroon tayong operating manual. So, Commissioner De Lima. Kung mamalapati po ninyo, si Dr. Purificacion Garcia de Lima ay kasalukuyang full-time commissioner. Naaliw po ako kasi yung full-time ay Tagalog. Pilipino na po pala yun. Full-time commissioner. Iba lang ang spelling. Para sa programa at proyekto at kinatawan ng Wikang Ilocano sa Komisyon sa Wikang Pilipino. Nanungkulan siyang dekana ng Kolehiyo ng Sining at Komunikasyon sa Universidad ng Pilipinas, Baguio mula 2009 hanggang 2012. Nagtapos siya ng degree masteral sa linguistika at doktorado sa pagtuturo ng wika sa Universidad ng Pilipinas, Diliman. Naging British Council Fellow din siya at nakapagtamo ng Advanced Certificate in Education and Professional Development sa University of East Anglia sa Inglaterra. Pinangangasiwaan niya ang mga proyektong Atlas, Pilipinas, pananaliksik at pagbuo ng autorisadong mapang linguistiko ng Pilipinas, gramatikang pambansa at pagtuturo ng Pilipino bilang ikalawang wika. So, si Commissioner Purificacion de Lima po.
Maraming salamat po sa Linda. Babating ng Philippine Tropical Fabrics. Ang RA, kung hindi pa ninyo alam, may RA 9242 tayo na sasabi na kailangan ang ating mga uniforme sa pamahalaan ay galing sa mga lokal na material. At ang 9242 ay nanganak. Ang 2 pang proklamasyon, Proclamation 313, na nagdeklara ng buwan ng Enero bilang buwan ng Philippine Tropical Fabrics. At ang Proclamation 86 ang nagdeklara na ika-24 ng Enero ang ating Philippine Tropical Fabrics Day. So, meron po tayong mga batas, meron po tayong mga enabling law na talagang tututo sa suporta at pagtaguyod ng ating mga natutubong hobby. Ang Komisyon sa Wikang Pilipino po ay wala sa paghahabi, wala po kami sa industriyang paghahabi. Pero, nandun po kami sa mandatong palawakin, palaganapin at pagyamanin ang wikang pambansang Pilipino kaakibat ng mga katutubong wika sa buong bansa. Kaya, nang tanggap namin ang kolaborasyon ng PTRI para sa pagsasalin ng kanilang technical manual ng handloom weaving. Kami po ay bukas loob na umuo. At palagay ko, napakadali nilang ginawa. May division po kami ng pagsasalin, division ng sangay ng salin. At madali po nilang nagawa dahil Wala ay kailangang ilunsad. Ipakilala sa konferensyang ito ang ating salin. Ang komisyon po ay may adhika na palawagin ang pagsasalin sa ating, lalo sa ating mga ahensyang pagpamahalaan. Bakit po? Maraming kaalaman na kailangang dumating hanggang sa sa karaniwang tao. At yun po ay kung hindi sa sariling wika nila, sa ating wikang pambansang Pilipino. At ang pili nga po, katulad ng narinig natin, ay Direktor, ang pili ay siyempre ang wikang pambansa na linggo franca naman ng lahat ng ating mga kulturang Pilipino sa buong bansa. Kaya po, ngayon, ipinapakilala po namin ang original na title, no? Kapag pinagtabi po, para makita na walang hindi maaaring sabihin sa ating wikang pambansang Pilipino. Napaka-technical po, no? Napaka-technical po ang manual na to. Handloom weaving technology, technical guidelines. Ito po ang tapat sa wikang Pilipino. Teknolohiya sa demanong paghahabi. Technical na gabay. Gawin niyo po, ang ating weaving, ang ating paghahabi po ay kailangan hindi lamang alam ng mga industriya o ng mga entrepreneur. Kailangan po, ang ating paghahabi, ang kaalaman, ay naililipat, na isasalin lalo sa ating mga kabataan. Tama ang sabi ni Miss Anya kanina, na ang weaving industry, ang paghahabi po sa ating mga katutubong kultura ay namamatay na. No? Kung kaya namamatay yung mga may alam, no? Ang may alam ng mga katutubong paghahabi po natin ay nasa matatanda. Kailangan po na maisalin ito sa ating mga kabataan. Ang mga kabataan ang dapat na yumakap ng pagpapayaman at hindi lang pagpapayaman ng ating mga katutubong yaman at kultura, hindi sila po dapat ang magpatuloy, magpairal nito, no? At ng yung kanilang kultura, ang identidad ng kanilang kultura, ang yaman ng kanilang kultura ay patuloy na iiral. Papasok na tayo sa komunidad ng ASEAN. Bago po natin gawin yon, kailangan nating palakasin ang ating sarili, ang ating mamamayang Pilipino, ang ating kulturang Pilipino, at ang ating bansang Pilipinas. At nang hindi tayo malunod, patabunan sa komunidad ng ASEAN. Ito po, at nagpapasalamat po kami sa pagkakataong ito sa kolaborasyon ng PPRI sa Komisyon sa Wikang Pilipino at ngayon, mayroon ito. Hindi lamang po sa PPRI kami nakikitrabaho ugnayan. Lahat po ng mga ahensyang bukas ang loob sa gamit ng Pilipino. Di ba? Nasa batas naman yan, di ba? Ay amin pong tinutulungan. So ang panasa, maglalabas na po kami ng weather forecasting. Hindi lang sa Pilipino, Kundi meron ding glosaryo ng mga tatapat na mga katutubong salita sa ibang mga wika, yung weather forecasting namin. Andiyan din po ang DILG, ang mga LGU po. Ang mga LGU ay aming tinutulungan maisulat ang kanilang mga korespondensya opisyal sa wikang Pilipino. Ang inyong mga memorandum dyan, ang inyong mga liham dyan, di ba dapat lamang na nasa ating wikang sa Pilipino? Ang ganon. At nang masabing, ikaw Pilipino, nagsasalita ka ng Pilipino, malakas ang iyong identidad bilang Pilipino. Maraming salamat.
Hindi po natin, hindi po isunod na tasman para sa pagtanggap ng token of appreciation, bibigay ng ating dala.
Ito po ay dummy copy pa lang, no? Dummy copy, undergoing editing, hanggang sa ito'y magpulito na sa editing, pero isalin na po, buo na, i-edit na lang ng editor ng sangay ng salin. Pagkatapos po, ibibigay na namin, no? Pero ngayon, soft launching, ayos po at malugod kong iniabot sa ating direktor ang ating dummy copy bilang pagtupad sa aming BOA na ito yung kontrata na.
Gusto ko ng sundin eh. So, thank you po. Maraming salamat.
Thank you again, Commissioner Galina. Our next speaker has been with the Philippine Textile Research Institute for almost 39 years, and be considered one of the pioneers who's still connected with the institute. She rose from the ranks initially as a science research assistant, and she first joined the Research and Development Division and climbed the ladder to her present position as Chief of the Research and Development Division. As a researcher, she has received awards and citations in recognition of her contribution to the scientific community, which include the Civil Service Commission's Pag-asa Award, in the group category in 2011, the Malacanang Palace, in the recent DOST Incentive Award for Registered Utility Models, along with her co-researchers. She also has approved intellectual properties to her name as co-inventor with 2 more utility model applications on file at the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines. She has published a number of technical papers and acted as resource speaker in several occasions. Among the scientific and academic organizations she belongs to are the National Research Council of the Philippines as regular member, the TUP Association of Graduate Schools, and the Philippines-Japan Fellows Association. Ladies and gentlemen, our very own, Nora B. Mangalinda. Let's give her a round of applause.
Magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat. We've been through a lot of presentations. Sobrang maganda. It's always a good feeling na nakikita natin. Masarap i-present ang textile kasi malapit ito sa ating puso. Sinusok natin ito makulay, maganda. So, especially the women, nakaka-relate tayo talaga. So from the PDRI, nakita natin yung kanina na mga presentations from our partners sa community. From PDRI, I would like to ask us to refresh a bit our memory as I briefly present the mandate and the mission and vision of the Institute so that I can relate the topic that I will discuss this morning to the Institute's program. So as the sole agency of the government, we are for textile, we are undertaking R&D for the textile sector, and we also transfer the developed technologies to our clients. At the same time, we undertake technical services, we render technical services and promotion of these endeavors to our clientele. It is envisioned that next please, next slide. Yes, that the PDRI can be the center of excellence on textile science and technology development so that we can support the Philippine textile, garment, and allied industries, also including the MSMEs, which by the way comprise 90% of the total textile and garment manufacturing sector. We also envision to support, and this is the mission of the Institute, to support the industry, especially achieving excellence, especially in the use of indigenous natural resources in manpower development and in application and development of superior technologies for their applications. At the same time, being an RDI, we also look into the quality assurance of the products and materials. So, consistent with our mission, PDRI in the last quarter of 2013 embarked on a program. I dare say at the time it was an ambitious one, to revitalize the Philippine textile industry through science and technology. The program intended to address concerns of the MSMEs, in particular on the issues of non-availability of local natural fiber-based yarns. Even cotton was very scarce, so the weavers and the knitters alike had to make do with polyester and polyester cotton at the most. There was no existing processing facility that can provide their small volume requirement, very staggered requirement at that, because there is a mismatch between this small volume requirement and staggered requirement for yarns vis-a-vis the big production capacity of the spinning mills. And of course, there was no innovation at all in yarns and fabrics. Available yarns in the market have been the same, year in and year out, season after season, regardless of the season and regardless of the end use application. Inevitably, fabric designs are limited. So, all these concerns point to one. And nakita natin kanina yung sustainability. That has been the main issue as well. And of course, we know that sustainability can only be attained if there is an integrated supply and value chain from raw material source to the product, to marketing to the for the consumers use. So in the integrated chain or for natural fabrics, Philippine natural fabrics, there are three major components. There is the first component, which is fiber processing. If we're going to use fibers like the non-conventional fibers, like apple, then they have to go through the process of extraction. It's different from like cotton, and then afterwards subject into a treatment like the gummy, so that we will be able now to convert them into spinnable form. That particular portion we have already established for several fibers. And then there's the next stage, which is the textile application. And this is, I think, the backbone of the entire process. Right now, this is also the gap and the dilemma. Because that particular segment starts with the spinning, meaning the conversion of the fibers that were coming from the fiber processing stage to weaving and or knitting or nonwoven processing. Thereby, we're able to transform blended natural fibers and textile fibers into yarns and eventually fabrics. And of course, the supply chain, as was mentioned earlier by Ms. Anya, kailangan tuloy-tuloy siya sa garments hanggang sa makarating siya sa consumers. So, kung magkakaroon ng break yan, then there's where the problem lies. So the challenge then was, at ito, malaking tanong din sa amin, is PTRI capable to revitalize the Philippine textile industry through science and technology? Admittedly, PTRI was challenged to prep in this direction. I would say before 2013, in 2013, this was already close to us by the secretary. And knowing that our processing facilities were very limited, many of them old and antiquated, it was kind of difficult. Parang kami nagsusuicide. Parang nagsasign na kami ng aming, death sentence ba to? It was kind of a challenge, pero at the same time, it's a good challenge for us kasi parang naniniwala naman kami talagang dapat namang i-push eh. We are an agricultural country. There are abundant, judicious talaga ang availability ng ating raw materials, be it fibers, be it dyes, dye-yielding plants. Naniniwala kami doon, and we are one with the previous speakers on advocacy. So sige, tinanggap namin. Good enough, the DOST recognized our dilemma because we told them we have to equip ourselves first before we can better serve the clientele, our industry. And so, from ICYP, this is the Philippine Textile Research Institute's Innovation Center for Yarns and Textiles. And the DOST provided us with assistance, and it brings us to the expert. So, the ICYP aim to address the production of innovative yarns. Ano ba yung innovative yarns? Innovative yarns are yarns that are not commonly found in the market. As you can see, wala naman tayong nabibili sa merkado na cotton pineapple, for example, cotton avocado, cotton banana. So, customized lang. In the PTRI, in the R&D for textile, we want to champion this. And these innovative yarns are yarns that have different character, different composition, and different construction. So far, we have already developed, and we came up already with a lot of successful outputs after the renovation had been adopted. And then from this, I explain this. From the assistance that were given to us, we were able to renovate the facility. These are among the very major equipment. I tell you, we've been able to renovate our laboratories, our spinning and weaving section, as well as the knitting section. We were also able to improve or change or repair the old ones which are still very bankable. So because of that, it is now the result, initial result of our study. Before the renovation happened, and that was until mid of 2013 or at the end of 2013, this was the capability of the institute. So far as yarn production is concerned, our spinning output using the old equipment, old set of equipment, was very 25 kilos of yarns. Like it's a combination of cotton and pineapple yarns or cotton and alpaca yarns. 20 yarn cup. Yung mga millers na pinili nila yung mga cup na yun, yung mga pwede natin gawin tela. So, at that time, 25 kilos lang po ang aming output. The yarn count attainable was 17 and 8. Medyo coarse pa rin ito. Considering yung mga shirts natin, umaabot tayo ng 24, mayroon talaga hanggang 30. So this is relatively coarse. The yarn quality or ISO standard of the sinulit na napoproduce namin was Class D. Meaning, from the test that was conducted, umaabot po ng 25% defect ang nakikita per square meter of the fabric that is produced from the yarn. Now, with the renovation in 2014 and up to the 2015 continuous work at the ICYP, this is now the output. From the 25 kilos, we were able, for the same period of time, to increase it to like 200 kilos per 8-hour operation. It's a big leap, by 800%. The yarn count attainable is now 30s, not just 17. So it's 177 increase. But one interesting feature that we were able to see was that the classification is now Class A, meaning to say the defect found is only 5% per square meter of fabric. So these are the sample of it. You can visualize from the old machinery, ito po yun, left side. So you can see the hairiness, the irregularities, the slabs. Lahat yung nakikita nyo. From the, after using the new or the renovated spinning equipment, for the Philippine cotton and pineapple, tayo po yan, Philippine cotton and pineapple din, na 80-20 ang cotton, 80 ang cotton, 20 ang pineapple, tayo ang yarn count niya. So on the right side is the output already of the renovated facility. So di ba malaki na po yung improvement. And also, this one is pure cotton. 17 N itong nandito, using the old spinning, and the other one with the new spinning machinery is 20%. Ang laki po, no? Ang difference nila. And then another one. Yes, we are comparing this with imported cotton. Yung po nga sa right side natin is the Philippine cotton. And then on the left side is the imported cotton. So hindi po tayo na nakakalayo in terms of yarn appearance. Not only did we retool our facilities and our laboratories, we also retooled our technical personnel, manpower development. We sent them for training. There were 7 of them, those who are directly involved in this program organization, and they went to undergo training on knit and fabric development, weaving, both advanced and jacquard weaving, non-woven processing, and of course functional textile processing, textile product management, and certification, and as well as standards development. To countries like USA, North Carolina State University, in Melbourne, Australia, as well as in Taiwan, Textile Research, Taiwan Textile Research Institute. So yun po yun. So, So that is the location of the ICY. And then another project under this program on the revitalization is the modernization of the geosynthetics testing services. For those of us who are not very familiar, ano ba itong geosynthetics? Ano ba itong geotextiles? Hindi naman kasi ito sinusuot. So, these are some of the samples of geotextile products. We have itong una, we are quite familiar. Ito yung coco fire, geonet. Ito yung ginagamit sa ating mga soil erosion. So, kung medyo nakaslow, yan yung hinalagay para ma-prevent erosion. And then we have the geogrids, the geotextiles, the geomembranes. Except from the first one, all the rest are imported. The Philippines is not producing these materials locally, so they're all imported. We also have, because PTRI is the only certifying testing laboratory for geosynthetics, some government agencies who have requirements for this kind of test collaborated with us. So we have a MOA with the Department of Public Works and Highways, as well as the Philippine Ports Authority. We are their accredited testing laboratory for their requirements for the results of their material testing. So before the renovation took effect, this was our set of equipment. This was our capability. We have this set of equipment and we were able to respond but very limited to the request for testing. Now, after the renovation, we were able to add up a sizable number of testing equipment. So not only were we able to address their common, so expanded our capability. In the same manner, both PTA and PWH also expanded their requirement. Kasi po, ang nangyayari, yung dalawang organizations confined their test request to what the PTRI could deliver. However, there are private groups like those engaged in construction and engineering industry. They have to send their samples for testing. This is the profile of our geotextile testing performance at PTRI. You will see that prior to 2013, medyo swabe-swabe lang yung pagtaas. Both the number of clients as well as the income that we generate from this particular test request. But after the equipment was inputted, then significantly nakita natin this is a very burgeoning industry. Lumalaki po yung industry, and at the same time, we were able to garner significant increase in our income from the test. Next. Ito po makita natin, while we are just proposing the figures, tests, or costs for the different properties we are conducting, compare po namin yan kasi subject pa po yun sa approval. Dadangka po yan sa TOSC committee for their approval ng aming processing and testing costs. Meron po tinigil yan na committee sa TOSC. But then, ito po so far ang aming proposition. Looking at the table, it's interesting to know ang laki ng baba ng ating charges. So, what does this mean? there is this renovation of our facility. Ang impact niya, both sa client, sa country, sa PTRI. Of course, with this, nakita natin low testing fees. There would be no freight costs or duties that would be required from the clients kasi dito na lang po hindi na nila papadala abroad. And then, of course, the turnaround time is shorter. Kaya nito, especially pag nasa industry ka, time matters. And, of course, maganda investment sir para sa economy ng ating bansa. And what is good in this endeavor also is that the DOST PTRI is the recognized geosynthetic testing laboratory in the Philippines. So the third part of our project under the revitalization program is that upscaling and expanding of the production and application of Philippine natural dyes. Naririnig nyo na po sa amin, yung aming mga studies, yung aming mga breakthroughs on natural dyes before. Suffice it to say na this time, ipapass forward po ito, dati kasi naka-lab scale kami, pilot scale, and scale. Ngayon, with our collaboration with Teaching Mill, Saffron, naging successful po yung pag-upscale namin ng application ng natural dyes. Kung dati nandun lang kami sa maliit na size ng mga machineries namin, and then nag-upscale din kami pero mas maliit. But what is interesting is we were able to use the facilities na industrial. Wala kong kailangan palitan doon sa mga existing finishing mill facilities and adapt po yung ating natural dye. So what else is interesting in this one? Marami pong marami siyang mga galamay na I would say mga sub-units itong project na ito para po sa tuloy-tuloy at ma-sustain natin. Yung kanina sinasabi natin, sustain the chain from raw materials to market. So, ano sinasabi natin dito? Ang natural dyes po, hindi natin basta mabibili sa market. So, anong ginawa ng PPRI? To encourage the competent enterprises and associations na mag-involve sila, maging production hub sila. Ano ibig sabihin ng production hub? Sila po, dahil yung lugar nila is very strategic, nandun na yung mga natural dye yielding plants sa paligid nila, sila po ang magsusupply ng dye sources. Ang sunod po doon, pag-collaborate po kami sa ating mga kapatid sa region na kung saan naman very robust yung hand weaving. Kasi magkapatid po yan. Hand weaving and natural dye. Kasi pag yung hand woven fabrics ninyo, pinulayan ninyo ng natural dyes, it's a very high value added product for you. So, mayroon po kami na-establish na, kanina natuwa ako, nakita ko yung letter kay Director, ang sabi niya, nagtanim na po kami. May mga in-identify na siya, sa Abra po ito, may mga in-identify na siya na mga dye-yielding plants, may nursery na sila, go na to. So, maganda yung umpisa ng project, hindi pa man kami natatapos, na i-involve na talaga yung mga communities. Sabi ko nga yung upscale with Saffron earlier, and then hindi po dito natatapos kung ang PTRI as the center at the hub. Kami po yung in charge sa R&D, tapos how to move forward, papunta na po tayo sa, hindi na yung bulk material na dyes na, nano dyes na yung aming pinupunan. And also in collaboration with our sister agencies sa DOST. Punta na po kami sa dyes and colorants para sa iba-ibang application. Nandun na po kami sa stage na yun. We're not stopping there. Ang maganda, we're coming up with a portal, textiles and dyes portal. Ito po yung window kung saan ilalagay natin, ilalagay natin yung ating mga dyers, weavers, communities, enthusiasts, and entrepreneurs siya sa database. Ano ibig sabihin? They're opening up the window not only to our region but to the entire world. Ganun na ngayon social media eh. Kaya nga yung sabi na ni Miss Anya na yung kanyang marketing, ganun din po ito. So, kung halimbawa yung isang unit na kailangan ka, ay wala na akong guys. So, somebody will respond from the important. Ito po yung aming kasama sa mission dito. Then, siguro yung huli na lang na ipapakita namin dito, this one, yung una kasi parang more of pulling the institute, pero the last project, which is also close to our heart, kasi ito yung we're really working very closely, very intimately with the communities. Kami po sa PRI, because of this assistance, we're able to collaborate and communities na masasabi namin na pwede namin siyang makategorize na handlong innovation center. Existing na weaving communities na gusto nilang involved sa innovation. Mayroon silang capacity na pag-upgrade ng sarili nila. Tuturuan namin sila, sasamahan namin sila. Mayroon silang, mas marami yung kanilang interested na weavers kaysa dun sa loom na pinagamit nila kasi magpo-provide po kami ng loom. Kung marami ng weavers, kung marami ng loom, so konti ang weavers, sayang naman, hindi magagamit. So yun po yung aming criteria. And with this, we have already identified 10 communities under the revitalization program, plus 3 more communities coming from a different funding source. At yun po yung aming provide. Hindi naman nag-iisang PDRI in this kind of endeavor. There are lots of government agencies also on this kind of assistance. Nandiyan po yung DTI, yung kanilang SSM, and then even DNR. Involved din sila dyan. I know PhilPhila is also involved in this. If I may say, what is different is that in our case, yung pong design ng loom, in-upgrade namin. And then we are providing that as well as yung pong amin na binibigay sa kanila na training programs, both on weaving, basic, and advanced. At saka po, we also intend to give them trainings on magkukuha po kami ng mga experts and mag-talk sa kanila about how to do business concepts. So yun po. Ito po yung ating mga innovation centers. But then, anong ibig sabihin ng lahat na ito? Ito po yung sagot namin doon sa challenge kung kaya ba natin i-revitalize ang Philippine textile industry. I would say the platform is there. Binigay na sa amin ang pagkakataon. But then, we would like to also challenge and we are hoping na yung ating mga MSMEs will rise to the occasion. Samantalahin itong mga tulong ng gobyerno so that lahat tayo masasabi natin. Kung hindi tayo papalpak, dire-diretso yung takbo, yung taloy, when there is sustainability. Maraming salamat po.
Maybe we guess that is the page for
Kuya, pa-flash ko ng live stream.
Our last speaker is a renowned fashion designer that's been responsible for developing Manila's ready-to-wear fashion for ladies on a grand scale with her 30-year-old label, J.M. Goldberg, available at SM Shoemart department stores. Prior to her career as a designer, she studied pattern design at the Fashion Institute of Technology in New York, worked at McCall's magazine as the assistant fashion editor for 3.5 years, and was a buyer at Joseph Magazine. Her dream of bringing global attention to the Philippines' capability of producing beautiful silk for the high-end market was the vision behind Goldberg Silk Clothing. Forming women works apart with the skilled hands of the Filipino behind it. The fabrics showcase an artistic contemporary touch, but a mirror of balance, function, and tackles sensuality, reflect hand-weaving traditions with a modern twist, and evoke new concepts for interiors and fashions. Besides bringing her interior and fashion textiles to the international market, she continues to design locally. Arongs for the most distinguished clientele, unique gowns for the most sophisticated of ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Miss Jean Paul.
Hi, good morning, everyone. You can see that I'm not a techie. I have my girl helping me. Yes, this talk indeed, I won't greet everyone because we all know each other. And I must say, thank you, Celia. It takes one candle to light 100 other candles. Thank you, Celia. Because of you, this was possible. Every time I'm invited to a textile talk, and this is the second only that I've accepted the past 8 months, the other time was with AIM. That's where Celia and I were side by side. And she had asked if I could repeat my lecture. And so I was able to say yes, that I didn't have to prepare. Because I'm in the middle of preparations for mental health programs for Department of Education. So this, what I'm presenting to you, is a passionate plea to continue your passion for weaving, because I had to give it up for 12 years. After my daughter died, I have given my time and my promise to work with psychiatrists, psychologists, guidance counselors, Department of Education, Department of Health. So for me to be invited by PTRI and to partner with Bea Rojas of Rojas Foundation is indeed still a calling that I have. So please bear with me if I tell you my dream before we start. My dream came true when I came back to the Philippines after 6 years in New York. I thought it came true because I've been dreaming of a brand and a label that could go into global. So whenever a journalist wanted to interview me as a designer, I would back off and say, no, 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 no. I am not a designer. I am only a stylist. Why? Because I didn't own my own textile. Yves Saint Laurent, Christian Dior, the Dior label continues. But it continues because the designer, Karl Lagerfeld, and Chanel herself, they understood weaving, and they work with the biggest textile manufacturers, and then they decide with the textile designer what they want to create for the season. Don't forget that in Europe there are 3 seasons. So if you're a designer, you can get overwhelmed to the point of committing suicide, like Alexander McQueen, to the point of being an alcoholic or a drug addict. Thank God I was not in that pressure. But I wouldn't be here if I didn't marry my husband who proposed in 100 days. It was a 41-year marriage, but I just thought I'd give you a little bit of my private life. So, living dreams. What was it like when I came back? I came back in 1983, 1973. 1974, I was married, and in 1975, I was the consultant for SM. What was SM? A shoe store. I was in charge of 9 different departments with 9 artists and 9 assistants. So we're talking of 18 artists. First, I had to discipline them. Secondly, I had to let them be wild in the imagination, wild. Third, I had to connect them globally, because don't forget, in 1975, we were a little bit avant-garde because we had Dior shoes, we had Rustans. So early, right after the war, I remember Slits, my aunt, who I grew up with, wearing pure high-heel shoes. So that was the Philippines. Her driver had gloves. Her clients came with security guards and stones, ruby, emerald, blue, and their diamonds, so that we could dye the fabric to match the stone. That was then. And I have Maribel Ongping here to attest that that was the point that the Philippines was at its highest summer. When the money was 3 pesos to a dollar against 47 pesos to a dollar. Am I correct? We have gone a long way, and I think we lost a few chances. And one chance that we lost was when I joined SM. I told SM that us do branding, Filipino branding, and I'm so happy today they have Cultura. That was the dream I wanted them to have. I started from scratch. There was no women's wear daily. There was no really French foam. So those were my research materials. So what do we have today? Everything. We have the internet. We have the world in our hands. And what are we doing with it? We gotta move forward. We gotta move fast forward. I love the idea of handloom. But today, I don't want to play the devil's advocate, but we still can do handloom. We still must hire the poorest of the poor in the mountains. Yes, I'm all for that. But not the typical handloom. I want to work with the DOST director, Montejo. I told him I will not stop until we make partial mechanized handloom. We cannot compete. Forget it. Stop dreaming. Let's be real. Dream, but be real. We cannot compete. No way. No way. Thailand, India. No way. Vietnam, 200 pesos a day. That is their salary versus 450 in Manila. And the electricity, let's not talk about it. It's the same price as Japan. Hello. But am I happy giving 450 or 500 to my workers? No. Because how much is galonggong, 1 kilo? It's too much. When I got married, galonggong was 4 pesos a kilo. Yeah. What is it today? 120, 80 pesos? Okay, forget it. We cannot compete. There are only 4 things how we can compete. Number 1, we cannot just use polyester thread to match our herb, our vegetable fibers. No way. Polyester is a very strong thread. It keeps the beauty and the nature of our fiber. We cannot. No way. We can only do it if we import and partner, collaborate, which is the new word, collaborate with China and get bamboo fibers. Whether it's liquid form that turned into a thread, as explained to me by Celia, fine, it doesn't matter. It made a big hit, but it will soften everything. I went door to door to door to door. Oscar De La Renta, Donna Karen. Donna Karen talked to me. We spoke for 4 hours. I've spoken to the giants of textile. I still export to Chanel. This is my 14th year. So everywhere you go in a Chanel shop is a silk textile. I have given to Christian Lacroix. I have given to Madonna. Those are big names. Madonna, she bought 3,000 meters of fabric from me. To David Collins, the interior designer who has about 9 books from UK. And that's her house in Notting Hill. It is great. I can name drop until I drop. But that's not what I'm telling you. I aimed for the stars, but I didn't aim for money. That's what I was telling my best friend Bea. I didn't aim for a yacht. I didn't aim for a building. I didn't aim for anything. My coming home was to help the Filipinos what to do. I am patriotic, but when I'm angry, I tell all my workers, I wish I could give you some transfusion of Chinese blood. Yeah, I tell them that when I'm frustrated. I said, are you happy to see all your banks run by Chinese? Look, I'm 75% Chinese, and I am disturbed. I am disturbed. I was born in the Philippines. I got Chinese blood rushing through my vein and my brain. And we are not fast enough. It started with my time in ASEAN. You want stories, Anya? I'll give you stories. I told President C. Coson, we gotta do local. I came home with a mission because I wanted to live forever in New York. Not in Manila. No. I can't stand the squatter and the poor people knocking, the beggars knocking at my window. It makes me guilty, even owning a car, no matter if it's an 8-year-old car. It makes me feel so guilty. So I came home with a purpose. When I married Sydney, I said, okay, you'll be number 3 in my life. Number 1 is my career. When the children come, they're number 1. Number 2 is my career. And you're number 3. You still want to marry me? Do so at your own risk. And he did. But it wasn't my problem. He cooked for me. I came home for dinner with a great food from my husband. I am not the Filipino woman that will serve a man. Sorry, man. You're great, but I wouldn't serve you. So here we are. What can we do today? Very easy. Let us look into other fibers. I miss Rami. Whoever canceled Rami out of the earth of Philippine Islands ought to feel guilt forever. Rami tax, Rami. Our Rami was better than China. All the shirts I do for Silk is Rami from China. Not half as beautiful as the Rami of our Rami tax. So that was machine woven. So if we had Rami today, we won't be worried about other things. Now there are other items that we can, let's talk first about threads and fibers. I have a presentation, but do you mind if I go straight to the business? Yeah. Because you're here for business, come on. You're not here to see a celebrity, I'm not Yaya Dao. Okay, so number 1, the threads. Do not ever forget, whatever you do with the threads, that the luster, the sheen, and the beauty of our vegetable thread, they call it vegetale, when we export, and that's 100% tax-free in Europe. Let's talk about taxes. The minute you put polyester in, you cannot enter America. No way. We understand what export is if you want to export. Yes, for the local market, but for the States, no way. We have such things as viscose rayon that can be blended with our, I believe, I haven't experimented on it, but maybe we should try viscose rayon. And don't forget, wants to export and wants to be in fashion. Don't forget, we need wool. So we've got to deal with New Zealand, we've got to deal with Australia, we've got to deal with even Ireland. Okay? Wool. Talk to the ambassadors and ask. Am I right? And we have the synthetic example of wool is acrylic. But I don't like acrylic. When you perspire and you sweat in the underarm, it smells. You begin to have body odor. Be careful. Test test it, test it, and test. Number two, when it comes to dyeing, I love the natural dyes. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We are now ASEAN. ASEAN. We can collaborate and talk to India, talk to Cambodia. Give us some of your natural powder. Why spend money and time recreating it? Give them what we only deal with, flowers, leaves that they don't have. Create a new color. Burgundy is all over the place. Green is all over the place. Let's not create it. Let's buy it. Let's barter with them. Don't waste time. Don't waste money. Okay? Number three, acidic dyes are not because there are colors that you cannot get. Now, unless your supplier insists on everything in pure brand, that is only my shop that has done for a first lady from the Philippines. And I did her 20 outfits, the US president. She brought me her shoes, she brought me her jewelry, and I had to match the color. How could I match? I could have matched it with natural. I had to do acidic dye. So why are we putting polyester and not using acidic dye? There's nothing against acidic dye, except if you really put it on babies. Now, what is a product that's very easy to do and they don't complain? It's for the animals, for the pets, and the babies. We don't complain. So if we go now into baby products, the babies don't tell their mom, it's itchy. But the husband tell their wives, I will never wear pinya silk. It's itchy. I get Filipinos who don't want to wear pinya silk because it's itchy. Okay, so let's go. I'm sorry I got deviated, but I was inspired by Anne. And when it comes to fashion, okay, I just want to roll back before I say I told it to Sir Severino that there was something that happened in the 60s. You see, I wanted to be an expose journalist, okay, and a writer for sex. I wanted very romantic novels with a little bit of sex because it sells. And I wanted a big house. And I wanted to earn it myself without my husband. So I thought, what is the best-selling thing if I became a journalist? I didn't study to be a designer. I was forced by my aunts, Flint's, because they said I'm the eldest in the family and I have to be elected. And they were most upset when Henry C. got me and Tessie C. also. They were so upset. But anyway, I don't mind. I left behind Liam Goldborn 12 years ago after my daughter passed away. I left behind, my last deliveries were 28,000 pieces a month in 7 shops, which isn't bad. 18 million to 21 million pesos a month, retail. So do I know retail business? Yes. Do I know the merchandising? Yes. Do I know design and pattern? Yes. From experience and from studying. Now, the dream, I think, that you have is in the hands of somebody like Anya. Anya, 31 years old, I'm a Lin, and you're a Lin. You've got the Chinese, a little bit of Chinese blood. So I expect Anya to be highly successful. And I'm ready to assist you because I'm on my 3rd act. And my 3rd act is all about anti-aging. How to preserve the memory from Alzheimer's. How not to commit suicide. How to do murder without being put in prison if your husband pulls around. So that's my next career. Okay? So I made a few notes, and I am just very lucky to be in this very beautiful table. And I would like to say thank you for the technical aspects. And if you ask me, do I know how to be technically? Yes. Have I sat down on the loom? Yes. But how do I design my textile? I get all the threads and piece it with a scotch tape. And I tell my weaver, this is what I want to achieve. And this, when I'm watching them weave, I said, stop, jump, skip 3 notes. It's like music. I almost became a concert pianist too, but there's no money there. You can't even get married. So let me go now into my upper lecture. I hope you don't get bored. It's lunchtime. I always get the worst time, but I'm not blaming Celia. What is the role of the fashion industry in promoting the heritage? Read, we have to modernize. What is streetwear? Come on. How many do you see in the street wearing a proper formal dress? Isn't the jeans the latest? And forever, it's been here for the past, ever since America conquered us. Jeans. And when Little Mills was doing jeans, I was so excited. That's how we met Johnny Little, because of the Little Mills. And at that time, he was streetwear. And at that time, we had Yossi Tanko. And at that time, Yossi also had a lot of interesting pattern. And I told him, I want to do all the tropical fish of the Philippines. Only the Philippines. I don't care about the fish in Australia. And I want it printed on textile. Because Gucci had fish on their textile. So what's going to prevent us from printing the fish on our textile? He thought I was crazy, but he was able to help me. I was not happy with this printing, but I couldn't use it, and SM thought, who's going to buy fish to wear on their clothes? So there again, I missed out on promoting Philippine tropical fish. Okay? So modernize streetwear. Don't forget the jeans. I tried to do the jeans for Star of Siam because I am 29 years old. Don't talk to me about age because I'm totally available. I'm a widow. So I was 29 then. And then I went and I said, come on. I have to do the jeans in silk. So I went and we did it. We did denim silk in twill. It will be very soft in silk, pure silk. I have it. I made the tightest jeans. But I said, no, it doesn't work. I want it to stretch. So that's how I did my first jeans. Okay? And it's got to be streetwear. So men and women can wear it. Unisex. That's number 1. Number 2, leisure. I don't want to mention labels and names, but I offered and I was hoping that one of a brand designer in New York could use our textile. At the time we had from me. So I wanted it softened so it could be used for leisure. But she said, I prefer Indian and China fabrics because it's $1 a yard. Okay, that's patriotism for someone who's Filipino. Now, for business wear, I like what you showed me, fashion, but definitely, how come none of us are wearing it here? It's too thick. A blanket is a blanket. An upholstery material is an upholstery material. You can get all the daring 20-year-olds and 30 to design, but will you wear it? No, you won't. Otherwise, all of you will be wearing something handwoven right here. So how come? I see only 5% using handwoven today. We've got a long way to go. Long way. But don't give up. Next. Oh, here's my favorite one. To try those who are in the industry and those who are in school, like St. Benilde or De La Salle here, keep thinking of surface design. Surface. That's it. Forget it. Forget being so innovative with the loops. I had the Jacquard loop. I gave it to a government agency. I don't know where it is. But guess what? The Museum of Modern Art bought from me a silk copper necktie that they sold for $600 a necktie. I sold it to them at $180. How much did I earn? $40. We sold it at $600 and on special promo at $480. And they've been ordering from me for the past 10 years. So I must have done something right. But did I get the 18,000 orders? No. I get 50 to 150 orders per year, which isn't bad. But did I put Silk Cocoon on it? Yes. So Silk Cocoon is a brand that Europe had taken notice because we came out in 17 European magazines. When I hired a space 12 square feet versus Fendi. Fendi had a 5-bedroom apartment. I was salivating because their bedspread was thick. So that's the shows I entered. I fearlessly entered those shows without government support. And on my 3rd year, SICAP helped me with one rental of the space on my 3rd year. Okay? Now, this is very tribal. This is the mascara. Very tribal. I get a lot of tribal inspirations. And that's surface design. Next. Yeah. Sorry, I have 5 minutes left. Can I have another 5? And I'll run through it. I asked the permission. Okay, go. Go. This is Fringes, government endeavors. I think we start with the young. I say 8 years old, I will tell Brother Luis Charmin should be taught how to weave and how to sew. Yeah? Because they will not kill themselves. I have suicide at 10 years old and 13. You know, if they're weaving, it's very therapeutic. They won't commit suicide, the 13-year-olds. Right? Okay. So I think we should start them young. Weaving. It's like India. Go and look at the Gandhi movie. And you know what I'm talking about. Every house in the province must have a baby loom. You know? Okay. Each ASEAN country, because we're talking ASEAN now, should be able to host 3 fashion graduates selected by a committee. No, like sister or cousin of my best friend. No, none of that. The criteria must be very high standard. And when you select the 3, send them to me. I'll let them cry over 1/4 inch of mistake in a pattern. 2 professional retail brands from each country should showcase the product. Example, Bench. Hello. Thinking local? Sure, buy local. Go to Ben Chan. Tell him, buy local. Come on. Am I right? Bench is from China. Yay. Why? Why not go to the Ilocos? Why not go to there, to Tacloban? Teach them how to sew. 50 machines. Everybody who sits down for 4 hours takes 20 centavos. Nothing for free. It doesn't get you far. Nothing. Let them sew a nightgown for Bench. Okay, we go to Bench, Celia. Okay, next. Why not? And you all decide that you want Bench to go local. Okay? Do I get your signatures? Yay! And pen shop. Come on. Stop talking local. Act on it. We talk too much. Okay, I do too. Prices have to be very competitive. Hello, go to the drawing board. Forget the experiment. The minute you do an experiment and you think it's expensive, drop it. Drop it. Don't get emotionally attached or addicted to a dream. Next. Don't get addicted. Don't get egoistic. What sort of innovation or techniques can the fashion industry adopt? Next. Threads and fibers have to be introduced. This is my textile, 100% silk. I did the fringes when I was weaving it. And I did the band, this blue, and then the green has a very mild Igorot pattern. You don't see it. But why should I weave Igorot pattern always black, yellow, red? Why? Go fuchsia and aqua. Hello? I've got to follow the colors. You can have a sticker and a hand tag that says, this was inspired by what the lizard stands for, what is the fertility, so you have more children, blah, 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 blah. It looks like the ovary of a woman, you know. Okay, got it? Let's not stick to the ancient. We're not gonna sell. Hello. Next. This, I did this with something in mind because I'm a lover of this German designer who makes lamps. I love lamps. I think it's the most romantic thing in a house. So I wove this fabric and Gabriel Paredo did it. I love it. I've had it now for 17 years and it's still intact. I vacuum it, I brush it, and I spray it, and then I dab it. That's how I clean it because it has to be clean. It's with copper, and that's my copper silk that I made into a necktie. I call it the intelligent fabric because you wrinkle, you open it, you can iron it. So you can have so many looks if you have a necktie. So I sold it a lot to the French. Next. Now this is my innovation of the Filipino terno. Sorry, it's not really a terno. I don't want you to throw tomatoes at me. But I really look funny in a terno. But I know that I could get away. So I made the panuelo stand up. And that's still a terno, but I poofed it. I made it into a big, big puff. So I love doing this. And I used to import Russian models. This was done 20 years ago. I would like to say that my designs are timeless. So anybody who has a gold bond dress here from SM, it doesn't matter if you bought it for 400 pesos, bring it to me and I'll make it alive. I'll refurbish it. Only for those who are here, if you sign our petition to Ben Chan. Without your signature, you don't get into my door, honey. Okay, next. Okay, we are ready to our products. This is easy to do and very easy to do. And then I like the surface design. This is what I mean about surface design. My designs of my new shawls are all using cocoa beads and shell beads, which I bought 20 years ago from Cebu, but today are no longer available. And my only dream is that the young, next please, be fearless. No fear. And that happens to somebody like Anya. No fear. But be guided. You want a local market? Sure. I like what you have been showing, those little things, but that shouldn't be woven as a fabric. All those little collar, pocket, and the band like Sir Seferino. No, that should be a band. So you must design a situation where when you cut it, you don't need anymore because it unravels. Anything hand woven unravels very fast. Okay, got it? So we gotta now design it like a ribbon. Even ribbons. Ribbons are very saleable. Ribbon made of piña silk, ribbon made to be part of an accessory of a wedding gown. European silk there, India. You know what I mean? India. So I did this. These are all from leaves. I dyed the leaves and then I inserted it. We could create only 1/2 meter a day because there is a synchronicity in the way that we put there. That was done in Thailand, by the temples, a little bit away from the temples. Next. This is Christian Lacroix. Then I was on the second row because I got a press pass from my best friend, Marie-Christiane Marais. She's one of the best TV journalists of Paris, fashion. I was on the second row, and these dresses came out. It was for me like a wedding day. My dream of conquering the world, not from OFW workers, who are our ambassadors, but we are using, a country is using blood and sweat to have a lot of money in the bank. But why not luxury items? He bought this from me at $400 a meter. Yes, a meter. Because if you want a made-to-order silk, they pay me for the research before I even start my research. They give me $4,000 to $10,000 as a. And then every 2 weeks, I send them my product development until I came up with this, and that came in $4 or $5, $400 a meter. If they sell you the dress, don't be shocked. It's only 12,000 US. I've used up about 5 meters or 4. So $1,600 times 10. It's like gold. It's like making gold jewelry. So that's about $12,000 for the gown. Okay, so there we are. And then this one is my abacus silk. That is similar to what we have in Chanel in the natural color. And this was my first experiment with spandex. And so that is pure silk. I don't know the price of silk today, but the last time I bought silk, I buy from Vietnam, Cambodia. I buy also from Thailand, China, and Negros. But the Negros supplier said, don't give to Mrs. Goldborn because she's already very rich. Let's only give to the very poor weavers. There you are. A little bit of prejudice here, but I got him to change his mind. He's a Japanese. So I talked to the wife. The wife's Filipino, so I got away. So there, and then I wouldn't say that we should stick to natural dye. I would say to be able to enter the market, do everything you can, and continue dreaming. And I would like to say, I'm very happy to pass parts of my passion and dream, or to see it happening, not to pass, but to see it happening in you, Anya, and to see it happening with Celia. May the two of you be blessed, and Madam, for your lecture on the technical in Tagalog, because I also have to localize all my information on depression and how to be happy also in the local jargon. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We will get the problem to stay on stage for the presentation of token of appreciation.
Pause muna tayo? Pause muna tayo? Hindi na.
Sabihin na natin working lunch.
Now it's the time to field your questions to our speakers. So we invite again our invited speakers, Director Luba, Commissioner De Lima. Please come up on stage for the open forum. We have a number of microphones on the floor. So when recognized later, please state your name, your affiliation, and your question. Hello. So we'll still have one more segment before we proceed to our lunch. So we request for your patience for this activity.
Okay, sabi kay Lloyd, pag ito gagamitin, kailangan na HDMI.
Siyempre. Ito na ka?
HDMI out. Kasi hindi ito broadcast quality.
Let me also announce that we are live on the internet, so you could watch or you could ask your friends or relatives at home to watch our today's event at www.science.ph/livestream.php. So they're watching us live now over the internet. So we now have two microphones on the floor. So for the first one.
Okay, good afternoon. Magandang hapon sa ating lahat. I'd like to ask some questions, Anya. Okay. Napakaganda ng presentation mo, but parang nahihirap talaga na. Dapat kailangan natin ng paradigm shift. Kasi itong mga design mo, sabi nga kanina ni Ms. Goldborn, ay mahirap mabenta. Kasi ako ayoko rin bumili ng TELA or nung hinabig na nakikita kong nakalagay sa upuan o nakalagay sa mesa, di ba? So dapat siguro i-streamline. Kasi parang specialized siya masyado, di ba? Hindi siya ma-afford ng ating mga kababayan. Very specialized siya, kaya mahal siya. So ngayon, kahit na mura yun, hindi pa rin, hanggat hindi na mabago yung pag-isip ng ating mga kababayan, ganun din ang suta, di ba? So, paano mo, anong approach kaya dapat mo?
Ano po ulit yung pangalan nila?
Mary Tenorio ng Radyo ng Bayan.
Nelly, Miss, thank you po sa tanong niyo. Totoo po na karamihan sa mga Pilipino, siyempre ang tingin, baduy pa rin po siya, diba? Lalo na pag ginagamit siya sa hapagkainan. Pero yung paradigm shift po or yung cultural mindset, hindi po siya basta-basta lang natin nababago. It really takes a while. It takes for us to educate, the generation of today. It also takes us a lot of advocacy or campaign. But the way we're trying to do it and the way we feel it's effective is when we see young people build content for us. So ang ibig pong sabihin ngayon, gabi po yung take advantage natin ng technology and internet in marketing or promoting the use of these mediums. I'll cite na lang one example. It's not only Anthill who are using these traditional patterns, mostly used for home accents, as an apparel. There's other designers also who are using it. Now, what happens is, when a lot of people, pag dumadami po yung mga nagsusuot nito, tapos pag ginagamit po nila yung social media to promote that they're wearing very nice, that it doesn't really, look too traditional or too uncool. And then they, build content for us. Slowly, people are starting to be open-minded about it. Yun. Sa amin po, in our, Instagram account and our social media asset, 90% of what we post there are content coming from our consumers. It really starts with you, with all of you. We don't use, kasi if gamitin mo mga fashion models, tapos dinamitan mo ng hobby, siyempre, sasabihin nila, ay, hindi ko carry yan. Parang hindi ko siya ma-pull off. If I wear it, it might still look like a face mat or a bed cover. But if ordinary Filipinos wear it to work and then they take a photo of themselves wearing it to work, or in any occasion, and then they put it on social media and we share it, then people start to realize that, I could be flexible. It really depends on how you style it. Parang natutunan din ng mga Pilipino to be creative in the way they carry their video. So, ako personally, I feel there's really no other way to change cultural mindsets if it doesn't start from us. If we feel awkward wearing it, then it will be awkward for everyone. But if we feel confident and we take pride in wearing it, then it will be mainstream. And maybe that is why the foundation of what we're really doing, the campaign that we're really doing is wear your tribe with pride. Doon talaga kami humuhugot sa pride. And if you have that confidence, you would be able to express yourself in the way you wear your weaves, that it will not look cheap or it will not look uncool or bad. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, I'd like some follow-up. Kasi when you say baduy, it's not baduy, but it's the yung
making it popular, and that's why we're trying to push for the weave accents in government uniform. So just the start of the year, Department of Budget and Management, in their first day of work of 2016, had yung flag ceremony. Everyone was wearing uniforms with their new weaves. On that day, I had so many emails from the employees themselves saying that, people are asking, ano yan? Ano yung nasa damit mo? And then it's a weave, so they talk about it. And siguro, yun nga po yung way. Parang, if we are able to actually, kung kaya natin damitan ang karamihan ng mga Pilipino, ano yung paraan lang po is really through their uniforms.
Okay, last. Ba't hindi ka maglagay ng iyong
design sa kultura. Kasi ang kultura, di ba, pamilya na siya eh. So kung nakita yung doon ng mga tao, siguro mas magiging attractive sila. Maraming salamat.
Thank you po. Actually po, we were asked by Ms. Tessie and Kultura to pitch a line for a number of their branches like SM Ora, SM Makati, and SM Cebu. There are a lot of factors that allow us to pursue that collaboration. For one, it's also our production capacity. We need to increase our number of weavers in our sewing community, most importantly, to be able to meet their demand of volume. Kasi sa kultura po, may mga minimum quantities sila na required. And because it's really not also our expertise yet, we can't find a good sewing community that can, be able to produce that for us. Hindi po siya natuloy. Yeah. Pero hopefully in the future, we'll still be able to be accessible in these stores. Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Manny. But before we proceed to the second question, we'll limit the open forum to 10 minutes so that we could proceed to the last segment and we'll have Mr. name.
Kathy, please. Anyway, Kathy Blues from Tuglasin.com and Tuglasin Radio Program. Ang question ko po ay naka-address kay Ma'am Jean Bulgor. Nabanggit niyo po kanina ang estado ng Pilipinas noong taong 1960 to 1970, kung saan ang industriya po ng pagtatela ay talagang maunlad. Kayo po bilang isang stylist na nagmula po bilang isang consultant ng SM, ay napatunayan niyo rin po kung paano niyo po masasabing na maunlad niyo ang inyong sarili at ang inyong career. Kung kayo po ay gobyerno o kayo po ay mapabilang sa hanay ng pamahalaan natin, ano po yung mga dapat ninyong gawin upang maibalik ang sigla ng pagtetela sa atin?
With the heart.
Ma'am, hello, hi. If I were government, oh wow, I would know how to spend the millions. First of all, the schools, there should be a screening of students in schools. And there are those that are already taking up engineering. There are specialized, those with the brain that are really specialized to handle fabric and textile. They have to be put aside already at a very young age, at the age of 18, 17, 18. And then we get real scholarships for them to study abroad, and then with a contract, and somebody has to hold the passport that they cannot come home. And they must come home, right? And then they have to come home to teach and impart the knowledge. Number two, if I were government, I would spend money on scholarship, yes, and on the youth. Number two, very careful screening and even a psychological test. Yeah, it's very important because it will show the aptitude and the attitude and the behavior pattern. If he's artistic, he might just walk out in the middle of a project. Why? Because he's an artist. No, that's not acceptable. Not acceptable. Number two, I would invest on machines. Number two, really on the machines. Number three, that we would invite to different embassies like Ireland or Scotland to come and see how we can tie up on the thread. Like on the thread, like wool. Why? It might be very interesting to put pineapple with wool. Very interesting. And I couldn't sleep. I told Celia, for anyone from Cebu here, you have powderized shells. The shells, the powder of shells, the mother of pearl, is so beautiful. It's like a nacre. I don't know why no one is using it as an enamel nail polish or dipping the whole thread and yarn into a pulverized mother of pearl shell. It will glow. It will glow. And it will set us apart because it's a mother of pearl. So it's all this powder. I have a wild imagination, so don't get me going. Number 3 is the merchandisers, big timers like Ben Chan and a pen shop. Hello, we are showing local. No way, Natori. She's not local. 90% or 100% of their products are made in China. But we gotta compete. We gotta compete. I must admit, I have bought 7 pairs of made in China shoes. But in exchange, I bought 5 pairs of made in Marikina. No, because I don't want to be guilty. So I went until I found Marikina shoes and I bought 5 pairs, all in one go at the bazaar. No, really. And I want to meet the girl who owns that Marikina store because she has a lot of potential. And number 4 is mentor. We must mentor. And people like me, I'm a grandmother. Only you, okay? I'm a grandmother. We have to mentor the young. We have to tell them the truth. We have to paint reality, and online internet sales is fantastic. But let's choose the good quality that nobody says, ay, wag mong bilhin yan, galing yan sa Pilipinas, mababa ang quality. No, it is our pride to show a great, good quality. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's have another question. And later,
Trick Boily and editor Vehicles Magazine. First, I would like to congratulate Ms. Jean. Your presentation really inspired me. I just have a picture for the long alliance students. Anyway, my question is for Ma'am Celia of PPRI. I forgot kung sino who presented na our elementary should teach how to. Okay, what is the role of PPRI for this? To push this this idea.
Marami po kaming aspirations. One of them is found life in one project. One of the project is in a regional handloom weaving innovation centers. Nora mentioned it. We identify certain handloom weaving communities. We equip them with upgraded equipment. We provide training. But aside from that, babanggitin ko lang yung sinabi kanina ni Anya na hindi nabavalue yung skill. We have also a memorandum of agreement with the TESDA. I think Nora also mentioned that. And the whole idea is you want to be able to impart, must certify yung skills nila so that they can then say that this is a recognized skill, a certified capability, at hindi ito dahil wala lang silang magawa. Na tipong namana lang nila, nakita nila sa nanay nila, sa lola nila. No, this is a true blue skill. When you think about it, yung spatial skills plus yung memory, the ability to imagine when you weave and then you skip and you sinabi ni Gina, you jump, things like that. Those are not skills of somebody who is not learned. Mataas ang mathematical ability ng mga weavers natin. So gusto natin with this MOA, with the TESDA, we are looking at standardization. Kasi ang sinasabi rin natin, dapat may consistency. Because if there is no consistency, we will not be able to impart the quality that we want. And we will not be able to compete. We have to be consistent and we have to show that quality for that consistency. So, yun po yung dalawang masasabi namin dyan.
Follow-up question, Ma'am. How is your working relationship with Philippines?
Well, I would say that we have, this is from my opinion, we really have a good working relationship. We should have better, meaning more engagements. And this is the reason why they are requested to give a presentation this afternoon in the roundtable discussions to share with us the Philippine fiber map. And then ang idea is, and we already saw a part of that exchange, Jean is looking for Rami. We'd like to know if that is a potential or possibility, and that's why we're engaging our friends at the Department of Agri through the PhilFIDA to give us ideas of is this possible or what else is out there that we can be working on. So it's going to be a very interesting afternoon session in that respect.
Thank you. Let's have Ms. G. then in red and Salingian.
Hi, good afternoon. I would like to ask, I want to direct this question. Given that we have some technology on the weaving already, since I work with BRI with my project, I would like to know how could we encourage the increase of production of natural fiber to be used on textiles, and how it can be made visible at this time, at least maybe on a more local scale, because I think weavers, they need to source fibers or yarns first before they can actually weave. And this entails cost. And to buy polyester, yes, it is cheap, but this contributes to the, this gives more revenue to China and other countries. And I think we have to teach maybe our weavers or neighboring provinces on how to produce it themselves so that they have the raw material, because when they went to Japan, that's like the cross there. So is there a way for us to encourage this production, like our farmers to produce the fibers so that we can consume our own local materials?
Thank you for the question, G. It's a twofold question. The first one is a source of endless frustration for my part, I'll be very honest. I do believe that the institute should be in a position to make them available. We operate under a certain set of systems or rules, no? But I'm a great believer. I don't want to put the money that was put into this equipment. I want to capitalize and maximize their use. So there is that possibility, but please know, we're an RDI. And so our people are RDIs, wala kaming production people. So ito yung isa namin na kailangan i-hurdle, but I am a very firm believer that we are supposed to be here to fill in that supply gap. So there is 6 months to go until we have the next administration. And before the 6 months is up, we should be able to do something more concrete. But to answer your other question, this afternoon is really going to be exciting. Yung konsepto ng mula sa kahan at lupa hanggang baro at saya is really an aspiration towards enabling the regions to be able to produce their own yarns, to produce their very own yarns. But this is something we have to validate, and this is why we have requested a good number of our SUCs, as well as our regional directors, to stay, so that we can really tackle the question in a very orderly manner. I would like to always use the word order, because we have a tendency to be scatterbrained and go all over the place. But we'd like to have some sense of order and really be able to call. Makuha natin ano talaga yung pwede natin magawa, pwede ba talaga? So yes, I appreciate the question, and believe me, I am really frustrated in that department as well. But I am going to do my best to make it possible, okay, within the next 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have the second to the last question. The lady in red.
Magandang tanghali po. Si Anna Rosaral po sa Field Broadcasting Corporation Radio Africa. The title of my question po was, you said Carol po. Sir, tanong ko lang po, since ang ganda po ng presentation nyo kanina, paano po kaya makatutulong or ano po kaya pwede yung maging hakbang para po makatulong naman sa BTRI para lalo po tutulad po na kanilang ginagawa ng TELA series para po magtuloy po at makakabdan po yung success ng buhay. Salamat.
Salamat po sa tanong. From the DTI side po kasi niladala namin dito, yung ating market intelligence, meron tayong mga commercial attaché sa mga iba't ibang bansa. Nag-usap na po kami ni Ma'am Celia dito. May mga kailangan silang technology, may mga kailangan silang market information. Kagaya ko nung nasabi kanina ni Ma'am Jean Gilbert, sabi niya, tignan natin yung may mabinagit siyang mga bansa. Sabi niya, tignan nyo halimbawa yung India, tignan natin pagdating sa maybe we could tie up with, sinasabi niya po yung Ireland, nasabi niya yun yung Canada para for the wool. Yun ay mabibigay natin, yung malaking patutulungan natin in terms of looking at international partners. So that's number one. Number two, dala-dala po natin yung mga pwede mag-invest dahil kasama ko sa DTI family yung Board of Investments which I had. And we will already be having this this March 2016, i-review na natin yung investment priorities plan po natin. So tignan po natin kung ano ba yung mga incentives na pwede natin magawa para sa textile and garment sector. Tapos, pangatlo dito, meron mo kami maliit na SSF na naman yung Carina Insurance Services Facility. And dito naman, we collaborate closely with the DOST in terms of really identifying the beneficiaries para wala akong overlap. Sa local level ho, maganda ho ang collaboration, hindi ko sa national, but maganda rin ang collaboration natin with the DOST. Sa pamamagitan natin mga technical working groups that identify who should be the beneficiaries of the SSF along with the setup program of the DST. So tatlo po yung collaboration. Number one, the international market in terms of looking for partners. Number two, bringing the investments. And number three, dun po sa SSF natin para sa production level assistance for small and medium enterprises.
Thank you. The last question. Last question. So later on, you can approach our speakers for your other questions. So because it's already noon time.
I would like to address my concern, TRI. 20 years ago, we collaborated one yarn that's silk that's thoroughly twisted to create a media setup. So I did recently the samples and I did the weaving. It was a very nice fabric. And I have one buyer in Switzerland, from Switzerland, who really wanted that. But then after that, there's no more production with PTRI. So is there a possibility of reviewing it again and producing it for a media setup? At the last time that I requested, hindi na siya nag-twist na maigi. So, when we hand wash, hindi na nag-rep yung fabric. So, yun po ang ano. And then po, I would like to tell the audience and the PTRI, I am now working with the wool and the blend with silk. Somebody sent me 3 kilos of wool that they had cleaned their ship, which is the natural low mower of the garden. So they don't know what to do with the wool, so they sent it to me for experiment. And that's what I'm doing now. But then I need a guarding implement because I already have the spinning wheel. Just the guarding implement, which is very simple to hold the wool. So do the spinner I have it.
India, thank you for the questions. I have to tell you, we would be very excited to go back and take a look at what we can do. At this point, I was going to do this for later, but I want to give a shout out to Jean. Yung nakita ninyo nung pumasok kayo, nakita ninyo yung display doon, nung entry niya sa Japan competition. It was entitled Di Matina, Jean. So I was very overtaken by the idea, Di Matina. I like the idea. Dito sa room na to, lahat tayo, walang natitina. Kung baga, we want to do it, we shall do it. So I would be very happy to find areas of collaboration with people like Jean, and you pa, ikaw pa, India, si India pa, natural. So, of course, we can take a look at that again. We can find another avenue for that. And the second question you asked about the party, that's the other element of conversation for this afternoon. Kaya gusto nga namin yung konsepto na pag-usapan, paano natin masasagawa? Sa slow food movement, this is the slow fashion movement. I-break ko na lang kayo. So slow fashion movement. If you want to have what you eat fresh from the farm, similarly, what you wear is fresh from the farm. So yung sinabi ko kanina kay Yusef Perry, yung idea ng auto, you know that one product. Gusto natin on our product. So it's an expanded concept, but that's our idea. What we produce, we make what we need to use, and we use what we make. At gusto ko rin mag-shout out kay Chin. Chin Uy. Chin Uy, may we have you up? Chin is from the province of Negros, and in Negros they have 800 heads of sheep, and they are actually going to be looking at wood because they have the sheep. So that's another area that we can be looking at. So it's very exciting for us. Like I said, everything is possible. We just have to set our minds to it. So I like the idea of Matina. I want us all to be very tenacious in this. So thank you.
Thank you very much, speakers, Yusek and Direk. So before we proceed to the last segment, let's have the picture taking for our private students.
If you have questions, you may also just fill them, write them down, give them to our secretariat, or you may approach any of our speakers directly. We're all very approachable, I think. So, maraming pong salamat.
We also distributed papers in every table, so asking you if you want bench to go local. So if you want them to go local, so like sign it, okay, so that Miss Jean could collate if you want the job.
Okay. Another initiative that PDRI will be starting today, January 18, is TELA, a nationwide handloom weaving tools and equipment invention contest for textile implements towards improving indigenous textile supply chain and increasing productivity of handloom weaving communities. And now to give us a background and the rationale of invention contest, let me call on our analytical people dog, science research specialist to technology transfer information and promotion staff of PDRI.
Let's have Mr. Angel.
So as we await our announcement of the launch of the invention contest, some reminders for our participants. Kindly accomplish the feedback forms included in your kits and kindly submit them to the registration desk after the conference. Also, if you want to post your photos online, we have Wi-Fi connection. That's TELA 2016. It's capital letters TELA 2016. Now, let's have Mr. Amilito Gold.
Good afternoon. For the TELA is a nationwide contest aimed at assisting the local textile industry through the development of tools and equipment that will promote consistency and sustainability of the supply chain. As our title suggests, we are ready to go. We ask everyone to join us in considering textile reform. For us at the Philippine Textile Research Institute, TELA is not just a word for textiles, but an acronym to mean textiles empowering lives with you. For our country, TELA may just be the spark of exclusive growth for our economy. How will developing textiles, with its many challenges and opportunities, bring the aspiration of TELA, textiles empowering lives with you, into reality? What innovations will TELA's area can science and technology leverage to bring in more opportunities and facilities? How will we secure and optimize the supply and the value chain? How may Philippine textiles contribute to our surgence in manufacturing and to a more robust economic growth in the countryside where we have a wealth cultural traditions woven around our natural resources. TELA hopes to provide part of the solution, though not limited to the quality. We are looking to address number one, supply chain sustainability for the long fiber alpha and pineapple leaf prevailing in region 6, 7, 10, 11, and 12, and which are netted to make them ready for handle breeding. More can reduce if the bottleneck is nothing can be addressed. Number two, productivity improvement for the finishing of pinya, banana, and potentially tunable fabrics, which are polished and softened with the use of flower shells and or glass bottles. And three, efficiency or process improvement for ikat or yard tie-dye for the handle building sector, particularly for the Cordillera and Mindanao peoples. The Tarana will officially start today and will run until June this year, where we hope to have a number of conventions which can be used by our various wedding criminals. Thank you very much.
Dagdagan ko lang po yung sinabi sa inyo ni Angel. Ito pong TELA is again close to heart. Ang pinakadalilan po nun, alam po ninyo na hindi madali mag-process ng ating mga yards. So yung mga ginagawa nila, baka naman po mayroong mga maliliit na mga inventions, mga tools. Kumbaga you can just use a stapler para mag-cut. I know that sinubukan na yun ang tao na gawin. Pero ito sana, ginagawa namin open all the SUCs, all the engineering, the colleges, to challenge everyone to find ways to improve and make it easier, more efficient to produce our own yarns so that we can have better supply of the fibers and materials. So sana po, ma-interest kayo dito, pag-aralan po natin lahat na pare-pareho at magtulungan tayo ng mga kahanap ng mga kasagutan sa mga refinements na gusto natin isagawa. Salamat po.
Okay, lunch.
Thank you, ma'am. So now have our lunch, okay, finally. So you can now line up at the back. So our lunch will be served in buffet. So please take time to go around and acquire your friends. And good afternoon to all of you.
Yeah, it's really clear that I desire you, but I just shake like I'm supposed to. I got that blue metal I want to all around and all around. I see the dancing, working the shop without a stranger. I'm gonna make it count. If you want really good, just get it up with every inch of you. Mama, she told me the war is about the side. Jesus was like a winner, I'm going to hold and I. You know I'm hoping the stick fingers still like a bubble down. So if that's what you're into, let go and move on. Because you know I'm all about a place, 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 I'm bringing good back. Yeah, my mama, she told me to worry about the sun. Jesus was like a little boy before the time. I'm you know I won't be the thing being silly if I be down. So if that's what you're into, then go. Because you know I'm all about the fight, 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 I'm all about the fight. Yeah, yeah, you know what is It's a hot damn get by before the pool comes out. I'll give it a refuge to get life Listen to the music of the morning, let them say, oh, just one family, and it's not that the never to be loved, someone I'm sure there's a thing you I've been spending away so much of my time with her. Spending money around for just trying to stay through her. Drink my cup tonight. It's so true, things in life. And guess what I'm saying? It's burning a better reason to read yourself back. This one is secret. What we act to do. Our dreams are burning out. So Take me on a date, I can celebrate. And don't forget the knowledge really does it right. Cause if the treat you right, I'll be the perfect one. Fine for the next time, round what you need. Hey, you got the 95, committed to your mind. So do the thing you want, you hope one thing you have to buy. I never learned to cut, but I can ride a cut. Sing along with you, sing along with you. Hey, you gotta know how to treat me like a lady. Even when it's acting crazy, tell me everything's alright. Did you have something things you need to know if you want to be my one and only for the life? Did you have something if you want to go that special love? Tell me how to do it for each and every night. To everybody, just apologize. If it isn't the next time, right, right. If it's not wrong, you know we're never wrong. Why is it weird? Why is it weird? Hey, you gotta know how to treat me like a lady. Even when I'm crazy, tell me everything's alright. Did you have some in the few things you need to know? You want to be more than only you're alive. Hey, baby, did you have some things that will be knowing, and knowing, you'll see your family for the night. I'm sleeping on the left side of the bed. Always just for me and you, I get some. No matter dirty one, just be a pocket dog. Round me away, round me away, baby. You gotta know how to treat me like a lady. Even when you're looking crazy, tell me everything's alright. Did you hurt me with you things you need to know if you want to be the one and only for the life? Hey, baby, did you hurt me if you want to be that special love? Tell me how to it from each and every time. That's right. Oh, you two have got better be right. Tell me right. Thank you so much for
To all the conference participants, we request you again to accomplish your feedback forms found in your kits. You will not be able to claim your tokens without the accomplished forms. So kindly submit them later on in our registration area to claim your tokens. Thank you.
Okay, play mo nga yung one. Play natin kung ano yung recording mo. Play. Wala ba na? Ito ba sa dumaan? Pero sir yun, kapag pinilay mo yun sa ano, sa ating PC, maganda. Mapalit mo na ng settings yun eh. Maganda na. Naka 4 by, ano yun, sige, pero nag-backup lang ako dito. Pag pinilay sa ano, maganda na. Nag-backup lang ako dito para sa ano